One. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everybody. How's it going?
Hello.
Why are you guys so quiet? Why are you guys being
Hello,
so quiet?
everyone.
I'm scared.
Silence.
Hello, everyone. We are broadcasting from Avernus.
yeah, we're broadcasting from Avernus. Hello, everyone. How's
Leave
it-
right now. If you have any signal issues, you know why already.
Yeah, the black zone electromagnetic interference is something.
Ferrari debut.
I don't want you to know, but this is how William actually looks like.
So that's why they keep hiding his face. They don't have the rights to show a Ferrari in the game.
Yeah.
This might be true.
The one and only Ferrari. Anyways, I guess introductions. Since I am the host, I will go first. Hi everyone, my name is Yatano Hakuya. I have played Girls Frontline since the first game, I guess. I played the English server. It was censored. I got mad, and I switched to the Japanese server, thinking, "Oh, it's fine. I know Japanese." And then CT rolled around, and I realized, "Oh God, there's too much text.
There's too much Japanese.
There's too much Japanese," and I got filtered.
It's even worse when you consider continuum turbulence is not even the longest event anymore.
Anyways, I'm joined here today by two very special guests. Kuruko, you go first.
The best for last. Yes, hello everyone. I'm Kuruko. Some of you may know me. I also play Girls Frontline since 2016. I didn't drop it like my brother here though.
You're still playing NC2, right?
Fired.
Yeah, I'm still playing Neurocloud as well, and now I'm playing Girls Frontline too. So I am normal about lore.
I dropped NC2. See, like, yeah. And also we have a very special guest here today, here to grace us.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ferrari. If you know anything about the lore, you've probably read a graphic or a single document of mine. Pleasure to be here, Hakuya. Thank you for inviting me.
Is it just one
And
document?
Maybe.
Is it just one document?
Documents, plural. Anyways, pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah.
We're here to discuss the lore, and I'm sure there will be many conversations.
But before we do anything, is everyone's voice coming over clearly? For those in chat, are we all clearly, like, is someone like quiet? Is someone too loud? Please let me know. Sounds good? All right.
Check.
Check.
And Ferrari is fine too?
Hello? Everything good? Everything good, everyone?
The other two are a little soft. Okay. I will
Make
you guys-
very louder. The people wanna hear.
Yeah, alright.
Suddenly you just hear like an exhaust.
Vroom vroom.
Vroom.
Alright, it should be fine now.
Check. Everything good? Everything's well?
Ferrari's engine's not loud enough?
Car noises.
Alright. Okay, cool.
First
Wonderful.
one, the fundament.
Yeah, wonderful. Anyways, so Kuruko, you're still playing both Girls Frontline 1 and Eurocloud. I dropped both of them. See,
Weak.
Like, okay, you're the type of person who actually plays like the source material. I'm the type of person who like dives into like probably inaccurate Wikipedias. like I don't like. See, you like experiencing the thing, right? I just like reading spoilers.
Yeah, no, I like experiencing everything firsthand with like the music and the CGs and the writing.
Well, if only they didn't make the gameplay so tedious.
What do you mean?
But
We
you-
all use auto.
Yeah, you just put up
Unless
with
it's
it, man.
GFL2, in which case
You're-
we do not use auto.
Yeah, exactly. You just roll, you just get the Scar Sisters and then you win. It's
The
that
Scar
easy.
This is
Sisters,
true.
and then you win. The Scar
Yeah, just,
Sisters didn't even exist when I stopped playing.
But now
It's
they do.
crazy.
So
I was gonna say Aliana exists, and like just AR SMG Aliana build, just you win.
yeah. But yeah, you just get them, mod Seiya, and then you win.
Also
Mod
helps.
Seiya, and then you win. Wait,
Yeah, it's that easy.
it really is just a Ferrari.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry, face reveal. Now you guys know the secret's out.
Actually, so this isn't Ask Me Anything, but I'm going to first, before I let the chat ask questions, I have questions of my own first that need answering because I'm pretty far back behind. You know, last time I
I'm
checked
gonna
in the
ask the
story
questions.
was like what, Shattered Connection or something.
Oh man. Oh boy.
Oh,
Wait, no,
you're-
it, no,
yeah.
it was a polarized. No, it was the Padisky base, I think. Padisky.
Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
that's,
That was the last one that I
that's-
read about.
That's
Oh.
Polarized Light in Chapter 13.
Yeah, I
Uh,
barely know anything about what happens in Avernus.
I was
Oh.
gonna say, that is only the first 40% of the script.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you missed
Uh,
a
All
lot.
I know is that there's a funny train, and Avernus is like a floating fortress. And did you crash it yet, or
Yeah.
you crashed
The
it? You
train?
destroyed it.
The Avernus or the train?
Avernus.
I mean, both got destroyed, I think, but.
It was a fun time.
yeah, no, Avernus it's down.
Everyone played well. Everyone played well at Avernus. We all had our fun.
Y'all had our fun. Y'all
hmm
survived.
Everyone survived. Everyone is okay after Avernus. Yeah.
Everyone survived.
Mostly. Well,
Everybody.
not quite.
Everybody survived Avernus. Everybody.
In our
This is like
hearts.
Died at Avernus award.
Yeah.
Died
So
in
who did we
Avernus.
lost at Avernus? Aliana, Avanti
So-
9.
Just to add here, I'm sure we won't discuss CN spoilers, but how are we just like, if it's on EN, it's free game?
Yes, you guys will
yeah,
know.
it's-
We're limited by what Kuruko has experienced, because I am
Okay.
just so far behind. Right, I'm just.
I was gonna say, if it's on EN, it's fair game then.
Yeah, exactly. But if anyone spoils like anything zero charge or onwards to me, I will send my assassins for you.
Yes.
Spoiler, Defy is in zero charge. I know, crazy.
Insane. Insane spoiler.
But
All right. You
just
had,
do-
you
The
had
commander
Doc- you
shows
had
up at
Doc
the end.
Do the spoiler thing for you last time, right? Yesterday.
Hmm?
Yesterday, yeah, you had Doc do the stuff for you to prevent spoiler talk, right?
I had Doc and Irma to shoot people.
Okay. I'm gonna give Doc shooting powers. I already gave Irma shooting powers. Okay, so we're good. Okay.
hey, Dr. Hume.
So, Dr. Hume.
Gave her a gun and said, go out, have fun. And
Yeah.
she did.
She did
He also blew up.
until she didn't.
All right, so
But-
That's how you're running a
Go ahead.
frontline. You have a lot of fun until you don't anymore.
you avoided, like, Kuruko, you avoided the political talk, right? Yesterday.
Mostly because all the politics honestly confuse me. Like I get it, but not to the point to actually
I actually
start
feel like that's
explaining
like
it.
the most juiciest part. No, you can ask after I'm done asking my questions. I need to learn too. I'm so behind.
Exactly.
I'm so behind. Okay, so like, obviously, like my biggest questions are gonna talk about KCCO or KSSO, like the Soviet people, like Carter, And, you know, obviously we're going to talk about William, our boy, and Paradius.
Yeah, hello.
And, you know, the whole Germany thing going on. So...
Just to quickly add here.
Yes.
You were discussing the word count and where you are previously when you're at Paldisky submarine base.
Yeah.
For reference, the Chapter 13 events, which are dual randomness to not slow shock, to eclipses and sorrows. Before slow shock in Chapter 14, that was 50+% of the script.
What? What?
Did you catch on to what I said, or?
So before that was only 50% of the script?
It's not an exact number, but from dual randomness through the third arc into the fourth arc until Eclipses and Sorrows, which is 13.99 because Mika's numbering scheme is insane, is 50%, give or take.
So like
somewhere around there.
So they just started piling on more and more words towards the very end, huh?
And there's less and less filler in each one.
Yeah,
That's
it's just
wild.
a lot happens. A lot happens, and it just doesn't stop. Things don't stop happening. The last, like I know the last part, like they're starting. I don't know in which event it starts, but like everything that's been happening, it's been like 2 months only in the game.
Oh yeah, we actually just got in the Battle of Frankfurt booklet that they gave out for CN. I won't give away anything specific, even I don't know a lot. Yeah, there's like a full like mini lore booklet that they've sent out. I haven't really read it at all, but I know that they actually provide a timeline from dual randomness all the way to the end of the game.
Oh,
and it's
Ooh.
I want to say it's September 13th is the start of dual randomness on Angelia's side. And then Convolutional Kernel ends, I won't go into spoilers, but in later November.
Someone was paid by word count.
Later November, so yeah. So,
All right,
yeah,
so
it's like 2 months.
I guess like we already know, just to lay on the basis, we already know who we are. We are Griffin Kruger. We are the commander, right? We are told, we're a rookie, we're told to shoot things, so we shoot things. And then the things we're shooting at end up being really weak because the army comes, but then the army betrays us, right? This is like where the story gets interesting, Singularity, right? As I understand it, the Singularity event, what was it, 2 years into the game's original run? And
I believe it was winter 2017, yes.
Yeah, and they were planning to...
2018.
They were originally planning to end the service of the game at this point. That's how I understand it, is that they originally were planning to end it, but then they decided, wait, people actually really like this game and they're actually continuing to support it, and like the reception was really, really good. So how about we keep on running with it? Is that what happened?
From my understanding, and I could have this slightly wrong, I believe that yes, I know they originally had a script that was going to end in Singularity, that it would have been a lot more love and hope in the ending. That would have led either into another game or be a new story arc, but it certainly seemed like they were going to end in Singularity.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And be a lot more love and hope in its ending.
What do you mean? It's not enough love and hope now?
We can make it worse.
We can make it worse.
So, over here we have our lovely friends from KCCO. We have Carter, which is a really funny name for someone from Russia, but we'll run with it. You know, it wouldn't be the first time they decided to be funny about things.
In extended lore information, and I should make this clear, it may or may not be canon. It's probably canon because it's written by Yu Zhong and Deadpap Paleo. Deadpap.
Oh.
It may or may not be canon, but Carter was born in 2005 in eastern Ukraine, if I recall correctly.
In eastern Ukraine.
But he is of German descent. clarify, that may not be canon, but it probably is.
So it's my first time doing green screen.
Yes, this means Carter probably played Fortnite.
Probably. I can't believe this.
So did a few other characters.
All right, excuse my horrible drawing, but like, these are our two main villains. We didn't go too much into them in Kuroko's stream, but like, from what you said right yesterday, is that we're hunting down the rogue robots in Sanguis Ferry. It's a dual operation between these guys and us, and then for some reason they decide to kill all of our dolls that are, you know, we're cornering SF. You know, the robot stripper ladies are almost down for the count, and suddenly they turn their guns on us. Specifically all our dolls, except for M4.
Yeah, I went very, very surface level on the reasons. I know that it goes deeper.
Yeah.
The conspiracy goes deeper.
These guys are not very skibbity. So like they seem to have like multiple motivations for like trying to get rid of Griffin and Cougar in specific, right? Because there's a lot of PMCs. Why was it Griffin and Cougar, right? That specifically they want to get rid of. We didn't talk too much about it, but Jaeger, he's basically the second in command, but he functions as a sort of villain for like the first, I guess, third of the story.
It's essentially like the first part of GFL. He's kind of like, well, I guess Eliza too, but like Jaeger as well.
Yeah, Eliza kind of gets overshadowed. She kind of like gets put on a car somewhere, you know. She gets sent to, you know, daycare or something for a little bit, and then it's all Jaeger. You know, Carter's technically the boss, but you don't actually talk to or, you know, deal with Carter. It's all Jaeger.
I'd almost define Arc 1 and 2 being like the Sanguis Ferry ASSO arc as like part 1 of GFL, and then the Germany arc, like, but all of that story onwards is essentially like part 2.
Yeah, because like Paradius gets introduced like right after in Continuing Turbulence, but they're like, even though like you clash with them a lot, like especially immediately
they're like
after,
observers.
Like with Isomer, right? You fight them in Isomer, but and SF is in Isomer as well, but then you take another turn around and it's all KCCO from there for the next little bit. So what is their deal? Why does Jaeger smile? What's Carter's issue? Why does he crash our home?
Well, first and foremost, we have to confirm that Jaeger is in the holiday mood. He loves Christmas.
Yes, this
Look
is real.
Look at that pure joy on that face.
This is real and 100% canon.
Oh, and by the way, the portraits on the side, as well as the thumbnail for this stream, was drawn by the lovely Rangris, who just happened to have popped into chat. Thank you,
welcome.
Rangris, for like being one of the OGs and sticking around all these years, making all these wonderful chibis, and lately not chibis.
A real one.
I just saw the Stop Junior and Mr. Pizza art earlier.
Yeah, I saw that too. It was very good. Right, so like, what is their deal? Why are they doing this? Because they seem to specifically have it out for us, right?
Okay, how? Alright. Do we want to begin with Carter, or do we want to begin with Jaeger?
Let's start with Jaeger. Let's start with Jaeger. All I know is that he's racist against robots. He does not like dolls.
Captain Lebedev, let me real quick confirm a name real quick, because Reverse Collapse actually gave it their full names.
What are their motivations? We'll start specific with Jaeger's like personal motivations, I guess. We just know that he loves his men. He feels responsible for them as their captain, and he seems to really just does not like dolls.
To quickly quote the Paradius investigation file, I forget what this file is. I had to pull it up real quick. Army Captain Jaeger, forgive me, my Russian is non-existent. Akhradeviich, my pronunciation is awful. Lebedev, and Major General Carter Petrovich Neustadt. Jaeger is likely born in Russia, the FSR, bleh, and Carter is likely born in Ukraine in 2005. We don't know when Jaeger was born, but Carter was the earliest information that we know is that he was recruited, or he enlisted in the Russian Bolshevik forces during the Second Russian Revolution, which broke out in around mid-2030 and continued until August 2032 with the establishment of the Neo-Soviet Union.
Oh yeah, so just like in your universe, there was the Soviet Union, there was NATO. They had their Cold War. Germany was divided between East and West Germany. But Vietnam happened, except Agent Orange was not Agent Orange, it was Elid. It was collapse gas. Oh no. Those poor Vietnamese.
Also, quickly clarify, thanks for the clarification, RSFSR, Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, i.e. the state of Russia within the Soviet Union.
But yeah, basically, like, at some point after the Baylan incident, when the world is like all messed up, Asia, all the refugees from Asia go to Europe, right? They all go to Europe. Europe is like split between the people who want to help and the people who are really racist and be like, no, we don't have enough for you. You can go freeze to death outside. And from this, yeah.
Sorry, go on.
And from this, we get like, unrest where like Germany splits again, and then like it becomes whole again, except this time under East Germany, as I understand it. Is that how it is?
After the Baylan Island incident, there began a mass evacuation of people from East Asia to different parts of the world, mainly Europe and/or other parts of Eastern Asia that weren't as contaminated, i.e., Japan.
But even Japan was pretty contaminated.
The southern islands, forgive me, I do not know the four main islands of the archipelago off the top of my head. The southernmost island, the largest one.
Kyushu, I want to say.
Kyushu. Yeah, apologies, it's not coming to me at the top of my head. But the southern zone of Japan was the most contaminated, the red zone. But on Honshu, the main central island, only about the southern third was within the yellow zone.
Okay.
Oh, really, like the most of Honshu was within the yellow zone.
That's still pretty bad.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All the major populated cities of Japan all at least fell under yellow zones. However, Hokkaido was all green zone, and that's where the Japanese government actually relocated their government to Sapporo. Mm-hmm. Forgive me, my pronunciations are awful.
No, it's fine. So yeah, like Germany gets divided, and then World War III happens. The Russia reforms the Neo-Soviet Union, but then they have a war. The NATO. I don't know if it was NATO or it was just Europe in general. They have a war with Neo-Soviet Union, and both sides technically won, but both sides also didn't. Like, they both say they won, but really nothing happened, right?
So, I think Mika kind of diverted from this idea from like 2020 onwards. It was still indecisive, but it was definitely leaning more towards a Soviet pan-European military alliance victory, because the main two military factions that fought in World War III were you had NATO and its allies, and on the opposite side you had the Neo-Soviet Union, its allies, and the pan-European military alliance, which we believe is a union of Soviet-aligned states that aren't part of the Soviet Union.
Oh, okay. So I was under the impression that pan-Soviet alliance included Western Europe.
We thought that too, but it certainly seems, with additional lore and what Reverse Collapse presents, it's almost certainly the Pan-European Military Alliance, which later became the Pan-European Union after World War III ended.
Oh, and that's when it
were the allies of the Soviets.
Is that afterwards when it absorbed the Western states?
I'd assume so.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, so technically, I guess like the Eastern Bloc basically won the war.
Yeah,
But like they didn't win it enough or
it's
something.
not- it's essentially that, where it was not a decisive victory. It was not quite the decisive Western crushing victory that Carter and the hardliners in the Soviet government and military would want, because at least how the lore presented, and there's still a lot of missing blanks here, that it was, they took Italy, but they did not take all of France and weren't able to push into the Iberian Peninsula.
Right.
So, before NATO capitulated.
And they couldn't take Britain either, I'm guessing.
Oh yeah, I'd assume they would have just retreated to the Iberian or went to the UK. There's not honestly a ton of information past Operation Tradewind, which was the decisive Soviet pan-European offensive through southern Europe, through the boot of Italy, to push into southern France. However, NATO capitulated, and I believe around summer 2050. And that brought an end to the war in Europe. However, that was not the end of the war worldwide. Continue, sorry.
Okay. Alright, so...
This is at least how it seems.
This is so much more than I was expecting. Right? So yeah, that's like the basis of it, is that like basically Soviet Union won World War III, but they didn't win badly enough. They kind of just fizzled out at the end, I guess. And I guess Carter wants to finish the fight, or what's going on? What is he so obsessed with?
Even though pretty much all of what was formerly the European Union and NATO, those states have either collapsed or been reorganized, they've got new governments, new parties are in power. Basically most of all of all of mainland Europe is certainly more aligned to Soviets, even though they're not under the Soviet Union or like a Warsaw Pact agreement. What the rising tide of Resarturism rose still out of those Western countries. And many of the Russian hardliners and the Soviet hardliners are not too keen on the tide of Resarturism, and that is slowly expanding out of Western Europe into Central and Eastern.
So it's coming through the new, I guess, Pan-European Union, not the alliance, but the Union, which I guess includes Western states. You know, including the defeated states. They're distributing Resarturism, and it's slowly traveling eastward. And they don't like that, because the Neo-Soviet Union they're classically communist. That's the way that I understand it.
Sorry, collecting my thoughts here. Also, Kuroko, is there anything you want to add? I know we've in hockey have been exchanging back and forth for the last few minutes.
Oh no, I'm listening.
Sorry.
I said I when it comes to all the politics in Gears Frontline, like I understand like the baseline of it, but anytime the game starts going like deeper into it, it just kind of flies over my head. So I'm just listening.
I feel like in game it would go like they'd be referring to too many things that you don't have context clues for, which is why we're trying to like dumb it down here.
And this is why we need a glossary and a codex.
Yeah.
Nico,
Like
please.
a timeline. So like I already have like my own like little guess as to why, because like, you know, Griffin and Kruger is a Resarturist organization, right? Griffin and Kruger is a Resarturist organization because it's like funded by Griffin, and even though like Kruger has like, you know, nominal control, Griffin can pull the plug anytime he wants.
Yeah, Kruger serves as CEO and head. He and Griffin founded the organization. However, the entire backing and funding to found the company was entirely sourced from Griffin and his unnamed associates. His unnamed associates were almost certainly the Prometheus Council, which are the original Resarturists who were descended from Resart's Project Prometheus plan. They are, how you say, like a Resarturist Illuminati-esque.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so like
That's not an exact term, but kind of.
So like they just don't want it, right? They just want a strong Soviet Union or something. They don't want Rosartris
Mm-hmm.
because like as I understand, Rosartrism is banned in the neo-Soviet Union.
Yes, it's kind of strange to say the practice of it because it's not necessarily an ideology. Well, it is an ideology.
It's a
but
belief
it's not
system.
necessarily. Yeah, it is the belief that that all states should eventually all fall under the authority of one federal New World government. And the Prometheans have been slowly orchestrating and nudging events ever so slightly so as to bring about that New World government.
Right.
And they've been kind of behind the scenes ever since the mid-2030s. I believe it was, and this isn't confirmed, it probably split from the United Nations Relic Agency after the Northern Lights incident and went into, like, hiding or secrecy.
Right. So, the URNC, for those who don't know, is the Union of Rosartrist Nations Coalition, which is basically the world superstate by the time of Girls Frontline 2 and Reverse Collapse, right? Like, basically, at the point of GF2, the entire, like, pretty much most of the world is controlled by them. Do they actually show up in Girls Frontline 1 at any point? When do they actually, like, form?
I understand they form by the very end of Girls Frontline 1.
Yeah, I haven't read Convolutional Kernel yet. I mean, I'm waiting for the fan translation to be finished, but we know it forms in late 2064. It may be formed at the very end of the event, but I don't know.
Okay.
So
it
ends. Yeah, so far the URNC hasn't been established. However, like, all of Europe knows it's coming at this point. Like by Chapter 15 events, people know the URNC, or at least like how you say a Rosartrist Union, is going to form soon.
Yeah, because
they're becoming stronger.
In Isomer, right? We have the that was the event where it was supposed to be the Neo-Soviet Union was supposed to form closer ties with the Pan-European Union, right? And the head that they sent, the chairwoman that they sent, was like a firm believer of Rosartrism, but it seemed like at that point it was just still an ideology and it wasn't a uniform, organization yet.
Yeah, the URNC is not founded until late 2064, and I don't know what the full acronym stands for. I'd have to look it up real quick. It's like Pan-European Reconstruction something. PECMAR is the full acronym, but I'd have to check to see what that stands for. She is the chairwoman, or Gilda Ulrich is the chairwoman of PECMAR, who's like promoting the Pan-European sect of European Reconstruction, and she's a staunch Rosartrist.
Yeah, and your job is like basically to protect her, and she seems like a good person.
Oh yeah, for the most part. I mean,
she's a good person. But
there hasn't been any inclination that she is on a bad side, though she does have one unusual line in Dual Randomness that's a bit wary.
Oh.
Do you remember the line?
Should I lead into that?
Yeah, definitely. Go for it.
Yeah, I guess I don't remember. I just also remember
I'm going to
she
quickly.
Nice.
I was going to say she certainly seems to be on the positive end, and she certainly she enjoys the commander and Angelia's company and likes to help them because they've helped her.
Okay.
Knows that she understands they're good people. However, there is. Let me quickly look at the search interpreter real quick.
She used her baby sacrificing black magic to explode the head of the Russian ambassador.
This definitely happened according to like Yugoslavian nationalists. That's
real.
what Chairman
I was there.
Did.
Okay, so like the whole Isomer event was in Belgrade, which is in this universe in the still alive Yugoslavia, right? I believe
it is Yugoslavia Federation, but the Yugoslavian Federation. However, we don't really know anything about Yugoslavia and GFL other than it exists.
Yeah,
it is there.
And
we don't know if it's.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue.
You don't know if.
Oh, I was gonna add. We don't know if it is the same Yugoslavia or if it's a similar situation to the German Democratic Republic where it reformed after World War III.
Oh, yeah.
where
yeah.
they're not aligned with the Soviets. They still have autonomy. They're a union of states with autonomy. However, they're still more aligned to the eastern.
Is there a list
The
of
East, I should say.
countries that are part of the URNC? Not that I know of, but by
No, but sorry, continue.
yeah, by GF2, right? Pretty much the entire world is under their thumb.
Yeah, most of the, I guess you could say, the world's green zones. It doesn't necessarily seem like North America. I should say minimally mainland Europe, parts of Eurasia, and South America, and probably parts of Africa, the African Green Zone, are under URNC jurisdiction. But,
And-
the further you get away from Europe, the less that jurisdiction holds,
yeah,
like
and
the less
Neo-Soviet
authority they
Union,
have.
of course.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Pan-European Alliance or Union, they're still colonialist. They still control Africa and maybe South America. I don't know how South America's situation is.
So we actually did get a decent amount of South America lore in
Whoa!
Reverse Collapse.
Yes.
Yeah, I know South America apparently allies with Antarctica.
We love Shrike.
We love Shrikes. I mean, no, we don't.
Mm-hmm.
Free my land,
Oh.
Latin brothers.
I
a
won't go
wonderful
into
vacation
major-
spot.
Also, real quick, back to a prior note that I was just mentioning with Ulrich. She does have one interesting line in Dual Randomness. It's when she invites Kay, Major Kane Schwaben of the Stasi, to discuss Angelia's arrival in secret, to discuss Angie's arrival, and she mentions she does not, or I should say, Ulrich mentions she does not want to see harm brought to Angie. However, she believes they need a relic technology. Even if they're not necessarily the main users of it, the potential of it is too strong and too useful for the Volk, the people of the German state. But that's less so her fault and more so the human race is just avaricious enough to want this technology, no matter how dangerous it is.
Look at how handsome this guy is. I love this dude. Certainly nothing could befall him. No spoilers.
Yeah, I'm sure Kay will be fine.
Yeah. This Kay, by the way,
Copium.
he's our best friend, rival, buddy cop. Lots of banter between him and the commander. He's like, outside of Anjay, right? He's like the most important, third party that you work
I just
with.
realized you don't even know. Well, you probably know him, but you haven't even really seen Jay, also known as Kevin's antics in GFL 1.
I read a little bit. I know about the breads and the training.
Possibly the funniest character in the game, and
Yeah. I know
absolute
about the-
legend.
I know about the awkward car ride.
Real quick, not to push this in a direction, but I noticed we've been going for half an hour and we haven't answered any audience questions.
Oh, go man! I wanted to I had these stuff that I wanted to talk about, but yeah, sure. Let's take some questions right now. Let's take some
Not
questions
to
right now.
push us in a direction, but I kind of noticed and figured let the audience lead us a bit.
Yeah, sure. I should be be
Alright.
the one saying that.
Yeah. This is just
Actually-
Ferrari's show now. You
Yeah.
should just put him in the center.
Said, frick this audience. This is interesting still.
Is Ulrich, is she still alive? Do we still hear from her at the end of, well, even in Girls Frontline 2, do we get to hear from her?
As of what I've last read in GFL, she's still alive. I don't know about GFL 2. I have no idea what happens in Convolutional Kernel. I only have vague hints and notes.
Okay. So, but
As far as I know,
as far as you know?
I was gonna say I have no reason to believe she's dead.
Yeah, I wouldn't believe she's dead either, but
Okay.
because she kind of had her quote unquote important moment in the events that we protect her, but after that she's not really that involved. I know she shows up in political conversations between other parties every now and then, but she's
Yeah,
not really in the line of fire anymore.
I think her last appearance is Point Car Recurrence. However, she is briefly mentioned, and I think it's either Angular Gyrus or Isolation Forest. I won't say anything more.
That's pretty recent. What happened in Asia? Did they all become black or red zone?
Is there any conversation you guys
what
want to
part of
have?
Asia?
'Cause
All I seem to know is that like Japan is like, as we went over, Japan is kind of messed.
quickly pulling up the contamination zone map so I can better
Shanghai-
accurately describe this.
Shanghai doesn't exist anymore.
Oh yeah, no, I just forget
Yeah,
about
that's
Shanghai.
a hole in the ground.
Shanghai's just a crater. Actually,
There
I guess
could be. Sorry, continue.
a better question would be, in GF2, like the whole deal between the Pan-European Union and the Soviet Union is that they're coming together to like try to fix the yellow zones by like making more green zones out of them with their purification project. Is there anything like that going on in Asia at all? Any hint of it?
I'd assume so, because go back to the question of what does the contamination map of Eastern Asia look like? As you mentioned, Shanghai is a total black zone. The Alien Island incident completely irradiated it, though in the original Bakery Girl lore, there is a suggestion that the very ground zero of Balin Island, like a very small area, is actually a yellow zone. Just because all that collapsed radiation was ejected out and didn't fall back into that hole. However, that's probably not canon.
Okay. Yeah, because like things get
Probably not
retconned
canon
all the
anymore.
time.
Yeah. Plus, that's the original Bakery Girl lore, and pretty much none of, I shouldn't say none of that, but a good chunk of that is not canon anymore because reverse collapse. But pretty much the entire eastern Chinese seaboard is all red zone. The Korean Peninsula is all red zone. The southern third of Japan, red zone. The entire, essentially, East China Sea and the Yellow Sea region, all the coastal areas are fallen under the red zone because the emission of collapse particles during the explosion generated essentially just a giant cloud of fallout, which spread northward along the coastline, and then parts of that started to split across the Yellow Sea. Some of that floated over to southern Japan, and some of that floated into the Korean Peninsula.
Ooh. Does Russia
However-
still have a warm water port in Asia?
I mean,
They love their warm water ports.
Vladivostok is a yellow zone.
Oh, that's not too
It's-
bad.
It's livable. I'm sure they still operate there, but it is yellow zone.
Okay, do the Carcano sisters survive after rescuing M4? I don't know what event this is.
That might be. That
Chapter
might be
10.
part of the joint assault.
Oh, okay, on Avernus.
No.
No?
No,
They're
like
not
in the past.
mentioned in that battle.
They're not mentioned, but almost. I say like almost most of Griffin doesn't even make it to that battle because the base got attacked beforehand.
Oh yeah, they get attacked by
Yeah.
a board Carter.
There are where is it? There could be more dolls involved in the Operation Iliamura Metz and Krimheld, but there are 6 main squadrons that were involved in the Operation Iliamura Metz, which was the ground offensive to take the towers before they were destroyed. There is the Raxcom Squad, Puzzle Squad, FE-56 or just Iron, Wolfpack Defy, or I should say Wolfpack, but also Defy, Pallet Squad, and Daybreak.
Mm-hmm.
And if you know who occupies those squads, you should know, like, Carcano sisters were not involved in that operation as far as I know. And all the other squads are just as you know them in the rest of the story.
Yeah, I think they meant because I remember the Carcano sisters. weren't like that last line of defense when we were still fighting like KCL on one end and Sangbeast on another, and like everything was fucked. And I can't remember whether they die or not at that point, but like they're probably brought back later on.
Oh, they
But,
are?
I mean, they're not really like main cast. So whether they're around or not, like it's not like we know for sure.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah, they're supporting cast all.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, they're... Sorry, continue.
Yeah. Okay. So another question. From Kuroko's stream, Kazari's asking, the dolls are completely manufactured. Why would dolls have negative personality traits like being able to be traumatized at all, or say be cutely clumsy?
I'm gonna be 100% real with you. The answer I've come to after all these questions of doll manufacturers is because doll manufacturers in this series are famously and also infamously slightly insane.
Yeah, I was gonna say too. Also, like doll manufacturers, they're just not right in the head. I mean, have you seen Persica?
Yeah.
Ultra Life made a doll, i.e. Helix, that has a programmed stick reaction to cheese. Why? I don't know, funny.
She has a what? Can you say that again?
A programmed stick reaction to eating cheese.
Mm-hmm.
Why? I don't know. But she can't eat the Oasis cheeseburgers because of that.
That's so funny.
And then I've talked to I have a bunch of programmer friends, and I have a friend that kind of helps in like programming some things. And like, I can say that, yeah, they will do that. They will definitely do that just because they can.
I was just about to say, sorry, continue.
No, I was saying like, yeah, just because they can, just because they think they were like, oh, this will be funny, wouldn't it? And then they will put it in.
Well, as Hakia has pulled up on the stream, at least they gave us Florence and V, so how bad can they be?
Yeah, they give us Florence and V. You know,
They're only slightly insane.
Slightly.
Slightly. I mean, they gave us, Florence, but they also gave us Panacea, who's genuinely a really sweet girl who just wants to help people.
I must say, Florence surprised me I can't remember the event, but when she actually like tries the medicine on herself first, I was like, damn. She's dedicated.
I think it's one of the chapters, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I can't recall exactly which one, but yeah. Also, I want to quickly bring up a comment from P-Ball in Hakia's stream.
Mm-hmm.
Daily reminder that Javier, Persica, and gang are born sometime in the early 2000s. Javier being close to the actual 2000s. Literal Zoomers manufactured these dolls to make an excellent point.
Mm-hmm.
Because
also true.
Shaw was born in 2009, and Persica was only born maybe a few years later. So yeah, Zoomer world order.
Yeah. So there's a couple there's a couple companies that make dolls in this universe, right? There's Ultra Life, of course, but there's also Svarog. There's Universal Anything.
Mika, please mention these companies in any other game besides PNC, please.
Yeah, I mean, Svarog is around still. Like they made the
That's true.
They made the Cyclops, all the KCCO robots that we fight. But they also...
I just wish they gave us a bit more information.
Seems like they made a new form of doll that's used in GF2. It's the one that I read that Vladimir goes, poof by when he's fighting with a giant plant monster. I forgot what they called it, but it was not a Cyclops.
Yeah, it's not occurring to me at the moment.
Oh, that's cool. But yeah, Ultra Life, they are the pharmaceutical company, and therefore they are easily the most insane.
Truly.
And actually, like, put all sorts of illegal stuff into their machines, into their dolls.
Yeah.
Like, half of the dolls on their list actively inflict pain on others, despite being supposedly researchers and healers. And it's Svarog actually that has like the dorkiest of them all. Svarog?
Yeah,
They're pretty chill.
they're pretty much just a industrial conglomerate.
Yeah.
Svarog.
They're industrial conglomerate. They make heavy machinery, they make mining and drilling, and they make war machines.
And their CEO is a man named Elon Thomas. I'm sure there is no real-life equivalent of this. Any comparisons to real-life people, figures, factions, or organizations are definitely intentional.
Oh yeah, and also there are male dolls. There are male dolls, and there are male combat dolls. Okay? So
Simo!
So really, it is really just Commander or Kruger just has a thing for female dolls in his personal armory. Because male combat dolls exist. They're real. Except maybe they'll never escape from NC.
I wish. I had a...
Emo's
Okay,
cool.
it's gonna sound insane, but I had a dream that the first male doll got revealed in Girls Frontline 2. And I was like,
Welcome
wow, that's
back,
so
Pavel.
cool. And then I woke up.
Okay, but all I'm saying is if Pavel boarded MBV Elmo, I don't think anyone's gonna complain.
True. I will not complain.
I'm sorry, Simo, but you're gonna have to get overtaken by Shale's Smog. This is our heavy drilling robot, guys. Don't you just want to work the oil sands together with her in Canada?
Maybe they do it so more people will join.
Poor Simo.
I've never seen such effective oil marketing.
Yeah, the oil lobby is going strong in the year 2064.
We're so back.
Yeah, you know, the world is like completely ruined in collapsed radiation. A little bit of oil drilling's not gonna hurt anyone at this point.
Yeah, and if I recall Shale's lore correctly, and someone may correct me on this, after World War III, they started investing more into clean and renewables again, just because, you know, the world's kind of already screwed up as is, and Svarog was heavily invested in clean energy sources. However, it's not like you can just get rid of oil overnight. Oil is still the backbone of civilizations.
Yeah, I mean, all the lubricants, all your
Modern
plastics,
civilizations.
everything needs oil to be
Yeah.
made. I mean, it's like people who say like you can't have nuclear, but like you know, like a lot of medicines need nuclear power plants to create, right? Svarog is
I
the
didn't
best
know that, actually.
manufacturer because Evelyn is the best.
Look at
Okay,
look at the picture that Ferrari sent.
Let's see.
It's perfect.
Oh yeah, that satisfaction guaranteed.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Svarog, they make the best dolls. They make the best
Yeah.
dolls, and they're all like genuinely like sweethearts. All right, none of them.
I mean, the best one is front and center, just saying.
Truly.
Best one is front and center.
I love the cannon in the background. At the very back.
Yeah, the Svarog tank.
But yeah,
It's unclear if the Svarog was actually built by Svarog. I'd assume it is, but we don't actually know.
none of the Svarog characters are shifty in any way, which is like, you know, all the military-industrial complex. They're great. They're good. They're the good guys. It's the pharmaceuticals you gotta watch out for.
Please take my money.
I mean, you could make a case for maybe the nun, like the one that takes like
yeah,
confessions
Erica?
of Erica.
What's wrong with Erica? She's great.
She's a Fuyoshi.
Oh, is there something wrong with
Like,
Fujoshis?
what doll is it?
Svarog made boxing dolls. Yeah, they did. What is it? Boxing doll,
Reminder that-
astronaut, engineer, wildlife preservationist, cops.
If I recall
CBRN.
correctly, Megan, I don't know how to pronounce her name. Forgive me. Hilda, we're just gonna shorten it to that. her series is built for, well, training, physical training for anyone, I think, up to like 6 through like 50 to 60. And I can only imagine like a 6-year-old trying to fight her.
Yeah, I'm not sure that will end too well. Maglinda will never stop being funny to me because when I was reading her event, they kept referring to her being in San Carlos, but they never said which San Carlos. And if you Google San Carlos, there's like a million of San Carlos in like a million different Latin countries.
All of them. It's collectively every San Carlos at once.
Yeah, my best guess is that it's I forget which country it is. San Carlos City, Central America. It's likely a city-state.
Oh.
That would make sense.
It seems to be how it's written. Like, it's just one country that's also a city, I think. It's been a minute.
Is it safe to assume they also manufacture the URNC armored units in reverse collapse since they share the same? Yeah. I just assume they share it.
That's the assumption.
I'm pretty sure that they make the Typhoon tanks, too.
I don't think there's anything on who manufactures the tanks, but I mean, it's not like I have a better guess. Svarog, the tank's called Svarog. We have a company named Svarog. Fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't know that for sure, but I could see it. It's just the assumption.
Can the non-humanoid battle robots have intelligence?
Yeah.
Like Cyclops?
I guess Cyclops are like not quite human shaped, right? They're
yeah.
I'll look.
They're friend shaped.
I'll put up a Cyclops.
I will assume if they wanted to, but I don't think anyone has done it.
I mean, the prototype had one.
Someone brings up Uranus. Great point.
Uranus was like the prototype for the Cyclops, I believe.
Yeah,
and they did give him a
OEJ9420. I think that's the number. Like the one model name I can remember off the top of my head.
Wow, I couldn't.
Well, there's like 80 of them, so that's like the one that I remember off the top of my head. Object 920. Yep, that's a new vehicle coming in the next War Thunder update.
Oh.
It's actually a human, apparently. Humanoid robot.
Uranus, my boy.
He's a good boy. He likes playing paintball. Or was it Nerf guns?
What a real one.
I'm sure no one will complain either if Uranus shows up in Gears Frontline 2.
But yeah, as we went over in Kuroko's stream, like, all the dolls, like, basically, like, the way I understand it is that because the entire world's, like, gone to shit, right? Everyone's, like, losing their minds. Like, mental health is already really bad in our worlds, but just imagine if the entire world was a wasteland, right? And with all the people that are dead, the main reason that dolls became so prevalent was because they needed a professional workforce. Like, they didn't just need, like, someone who could do things. They needed people who could do things fast and well. So they made these dolls, but, like, you know, suddenly introducing like thousands and thousands of robots into the workforce, it kind of gets unnerving to people, right? Right? You just have all these, suddenly one day you're just working alongside all these machines. It's gonna mess you up. You're gonna feel crazy.
Not to mention, dolls also inhabit virtually every single sector.
Yeah, every
single sector. If you can name a sector or industry, there's at least one doll that exists for a role in there.
There's a doll fortune teller, for crying out loud. They're coming for all of your jobs.
There's 2 of them, actually.
They're coming for... There's 2 of them. They're coming for all of your jobs, man. It doesn't matter if you're in the creative field.
Yeah, there is 2 of them.
There's doll actors. There's doll live streamers. There's doll VTubers. It's all over, man. It's all over. There's doll artists. It's gone.
so over.
So, like, the reason...
There are doll script writers.
The reason that I understand that they made them so human-like was because it's so that people can feel normal working alongside these robots and not feel like, oh my god, they're taking our jobs.
That's certainly a part of it. And I think also just like people are going to be a bit more agreeable. Well, I guess that plays into the same tangent that a pretty face is a lot easier to work with than a, like, hulking tall military droid.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a reason also, or at least that's. I remember it gets mentioned at some point earlier, very early on. That's the reason they can eat also,
Yeah.
just so they can like kind of mingle with
I guess
humans.
that's also, I guess, why they have all these weird negative traits, like not being able to eat cheese.
Mm-hmm.
It's just to make
UAS is just funny.
right? It makes them feel human, so that like you're not gonna want to dismantle the thing that's like serving you ramen. Imagine if Hulk Hogan looking doll showed up as your bartender in Starbucks.
Smashing the drink in his hand.
Cyber media supremacy. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, project streaming fan.
Everyone's working on next developmental stage in, I don't know, atomic engineering, rocketry, physics. But what about robot entertainers, man?
This is a secret, but Kuro is Hakuya's wife, so excuse him.
Everyone who's listening, you're not going to believe me. Nana is Nanaka. They're trying to cover this up.
It's not true, I tell you. It's not true. All right?
It's real.
It's
I
not
saw
true. Kuro said it wasn't true, so I'll believe her. She's my Oshi.
Because Kuro has never lied about anything at all.
And also, Kuro is my wife. She is single, horribly single. She's such a loser. She could never find anyone. That's why she's mine.
Yeah, she totally doesn't have a wife.
She would never betray me like that.
I'm looking at the PNC doll list just to see if there's any more like slightly like why does this doll exist types.
Actually, yeah. While you do that, I'm gonna continue looking for questions.
Okay, let's go back to the questions.
Actually, Kuroko, do you have any questions that you want to know about? Just anything that you're curious.
Not right now, no. I've just been here like absorbing information.
I mean, if you have anything to add,
Okay.
go ahead.
Rangriz asked, I thought it's the Amos, not the Elmo. Why did they change the name?
I think that's just Mika being Mika.
That's a great question
Are
for
they
Mika.
like they different romanizations for like the same? Because it's based off the Saint Elmo, right? Is it called Amos?
The official Ian translation has always been Elmo.
Mm-hmm.
But fan translations for like a year were Amos. I don't know. This is a great question for Mika. I'd assume it is about Saint Elmo, like the guiding fire of ships at night.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember the phenomena, but it's essentially like a guiding light that forms on the ship, I think, from like static electricity. Someone with way better information could probably correct me on that.
Okay, the dolls that the Vladimir was using in GF2 is called the Paladins. I'm just going to assume that they're also like a Svarog product, because
I could see it.
The Soviet military is pretty dirt poor at GF2. And these dolls, like the ones that are shown right now, they're way cheaper than, they don't really have a personality. They don't have synthetic skin, right? It's just metal and wires and motors. They don't have...
Yes, St. Elmo's fire, that's the term for it. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, these guys, they order them en masse, like, thousands and thousands of them, right? It seems like they're actually out of use in Girls Frontline too. Like, they're just so out of date at that point.
I won't say too much, but there are Cyclops in GFL 2.
Okay.
Woohoo!
We'll get to see them again.
Won't comment further, but they do exist. I don't know how advanced they are in comparison, but they do exist. I mean, we have 3rd gen dolls at that point, and they're like... It seems like each generation of doll is like a massive leap over the next one.
Right. The way I understood it was that the Cyclops was like kind of parallel to the early A dolls. Like they're just a completely different, what do you call it?
Sort of like
philosophy.
1.5.
Right. I thought it was just a different philosophy, right? Because SF had their own philosophy too.
The whole concept of T-dolls is like IOP concept. At least that's how my interpretation have always been. Like, it's not necessarily like all combat dolls are T-dolls, even though it's colloquially they are.
It seems like T-dolls
Even
is
though-
specifically an IOP technology.
It seems to be in how that's written. It seems to be the case.
Yeah.
But it's also a colloquialism for non-IOP dolls, because you have Stasi dolls that are combat dolls that have also called T-dolls. I don't
Yeah.
know. Mika isn't necessarily the most precise when it comes to this.
Oh, hello there, Seiya. You're
So yeah,
gonna
makes a
Seiya's
good
got-
question,
Seiya's got a
actually. I
question.
forgot.
Why are the dolls in GF2 not using Zener anymore and use level 2 for the same purpose?
I mean, is the Zener protocol not just operating? The Zener protocol is meant for more,
Yeah.
if I recall correctly, is IOP's like master dummy link system.
Yeah,
for
that's what I thought it
communication.
was. That's what I thought it was. It's just
Yeah,
used for
Zener-
controlling
Quickly
dummies.
pulls up the history of GFL to quickly confirm this.
The center protocol was used in the first game.
Hello, 9 people.
It was used as a mean for those to communicate with, as opposed to Sangbis that use the Ogas
Ogas.
protocol.
That was for
Um,
controlling the dolls though, because like Ogas used it to control like their, you
Yeah.
know, their masses
Because-
of dolls with the ringleaders.
Yeah, no, but they will
It-
communicate. At least the T-dolls speak like they will communicate through it as
Yeah.
well. And
Any
that's
doll-
why I
well-
remember. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
Because I remember there was the issue with 45 that could switch between two protocols, the two protocols, so
I
she could
quickly
get like connections from Dreamer.
I quickly pulled this up real quick. Zener protocol. I had to quickly reference this. Yes. First and foremost, with the question of level 2, any being with virtual consciousness, i.e., a doll and/or a Nido, operating or speaking through an electronic system is level 2. Like their mind is physically communicating, not in physical reality, but like cyberspace. Buzzword cyberspace here, or the Division.
Are there any
The
other dolls
Division.
besides Suomi who are racist?
Mayhaps.
There probably is one. Oh, that one.
That one for sure.
That one, fan-wise, also real quick, Zener Protocol. The Zener Protocol is the command system used in IOPT dolls. Perscaria, when she was under 16 Lab, wrote and implemented a doll operation network interface structure into the protocol. This allows dolls to operate independently without individuals issuing orders to them while deployed. This also basically trying to sum this up without reading a paragraph verbatim. Yeah, because I'm trying to avoid doing that.
Yeah, I mean that's just.
It
your
allows
thing,
better
though.
communication. I mean, yeah, but I also don't want to read this verbatim.
No, I get
Allows
it.
for better communication and teamwork between various teams of dolls and the dolls which inhabit those teams
Mhm.
or fill those teams. 4
Okay.
modes are possible in the system: the receiving orders, reconnaissance, analysis of information, and synchronization with other teams.
Okay.
And
so
it
it's-
operated in tandem with ASST.
Okay, I guess it is for them to like fight in unison basically. So
Yeah.
advanced like simultaneous tactics. It's like kind of like how in Metal Gear Solid 4, right? How the Rat Patrol team, they're able to like basically do a firefight and check each other's corners at the same time. So no one's like
yeah.
so no one's like shooting the same angle at the same time. It's kind of like that, I guess. Question from
Yeah,
Skyboy.
better-
Outside Bakery Girl, is there any hint of Mega C's server's fate?
Yeah. No comment further because this is a massive spoiler for the next 3 events.
Oh,
All I'm gonna say is that because the PNC collab in GFL2, we are going to see Magrasay again.
yeah.
I won't.
It's
I
definitely
won't go
gonna,
further.
It's definitely going to be canon. That's what I'm thinking. It's going to be a
Yeah.
canon event.
Yeah. Finally, at last.
There's no way they're gonna like collab with them themselves and just be, oh, this is a spin-off. No. It's gonna be canon. For sure.
Yeah, I think this. Well, there are collabs that are canon, but this probably will be the first collab that, like, there is no doubt, like, this is 100% canon and happened.
Yes.
I have a
Nice.
strong feeling we are going to go back to Megrosthea, or there's going to be an event revolving around what happened in PNC that we're going to investigate. That's just my guess, and I'm trying not to say too much regarding, like, the previous PNC event, which even I haven't read in full, but I know the arc notes of the ending.
Saint Elmo's Fire.
I actually looked it up. Saint Elmo is the saint patron of sailors.
Oh, it's also a movie.
It's also
Saint
the
Elmo's Fire is
phenomenon,
a movie.
Saint Elmo's Fire, yeah.
Saint
Yeah.
Elmo's Fire is a phenomenon with luminous plasma created by discharge.
The funniest thing is that he's the patron saint of sailors and abdominal pain.
The commander drinks a lot and mailing. Maybe
True.
that's the connection.
Mm-hmm. It's we found it.
Elmo's World.
Deep lore.
How did William come up with the idea of resurrecting his dead sister with relic technology, or specifically his dead sister with relic technology powers? Like, who comes
Oh
up
god,
with that?
I actually wonder about that because I'm like, okay, I might understand the wanting to bring his sister back, but why with the ability to control relics? Like, how did we make that jump?
All I'm gonna add without saying too much is that this wasn't entirely William's idea. He wants to see his sister again, but there are other heads of Paradeus who have their own objectives.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Does it
yeah,
have to
true.
do
That's
with-
another-
Does it have to do with Meitner, or?
It certainly has to do with Rudolph and Meitner's collaboration in the early 2050s.
Because the way
I
that
won't go too far, and even we don't know all the details yet, but William wants to see his sister again, and the other heads of Paradeus certainly have ideas.
Right. The way that I understood it from what Kuroko was saying yesterday when she mentioned it was that because the Oberstein family was in the Yellow Zone and they were in a cult for a bit, the siblings were very young at the time, right? Lunazia was a teenager and like William probably wasn't even a teenager yet.
I think William was 2 to 4 during that time span.
He might have been
2 to 4, I
influenced.
think.
He might have been influenced by being around the cult.
No comment.
No comment.
If it isn't obvious, no comment means stay tuned for next future events.
Stay tuned.
Is Javier still alive in GF2?
You don't know.
We don't know.
I hope so.
I hope so.
I
We
hope
need
so.
that funky old man.
But I'd be surprised. He seemed old.
I mean, he's only like 10 years older than Perska, right?
Oh,
Hey, maybe he's retired and driving on the coastline in a sports car, as he said he wanted to do.
I wish he is. I wish him the best life, the best retirement.
Aventa said people memed to M200 as a racist gamer when Suomi was already right there the whole time.
This is true.
Also, we do not ask what happened Christmas 2063 with Suomi.
Nothing bad ever happened in the entire year of 2063, i.e. pretty much every collab, mod story, and skin story.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Someone asked, how come there's no dummy dolls? I think that's pretty like self-evident. It's just there's no money.
There's
no money
yeah,
to
we're broke.
afford. You're so broke you can't afford $2. Where are you gonna get all the dummy bodies from?
Yeah, Elmo Gang is broke, but I think it's also just an aspect of the game, just how it's structured that they just don't talk about
would
it.
be really
It
hard
exists,
to
but they don't talk about
It
it.
would be really hard to control it from a gameplay perspective, right? They want to make each character like outside of a gameplay perspective. It's just it makes each character seem more unique when there's not 5 of them running around.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be
Like
counterproductive to have like 5 of the same character on the map.
the way that gacha games have been going, like we're going outside of the story. The way gacha games have been going is that back during those early days with Kankole and whatnot, it was always like Gijinka, which is like object, but make it a cute girl, right? And so you wanted to, it was like Pokemon, you want to collect every single one, right? Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. But these days it's more about, they're trying to want to develop each character individually, right? So there's less characters, but like
Yeah,
there's
they do it very well in GFL2.
But there's like
Yeah.
more, the characters have much more depth. They have a story behind them. They're not just
For sure.
They're not just like personified thing. They've got history, they've got personality, they've got hopes and dreams, and they've got fears, and it's great. I like this.
Eddie is, for comparison in RC, a 36-year-old boomer by doll standards.
Just to answer
By
a question,
doll
I saw.
standards.
Oh, go on.
Oh no, I was just adding, emphasizing. Sorry, continue.
Oh yeah, no, it's just a question that can just be quickly answered by Chibudi Crockett. Could they make a doll with 4 arms or other animal aspect? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, they can.
Yes.
It is possible. There is actually one with a tail in Neurocloud.
There's a bunch with tails, even in Girls Frontline 1.
True.
Also,
yeah.
all I will say is stay tuned.
Stay
Also,
tuned.
yeah.
Yeah. No, I've seen something. But I won't comment on it.
I was gonna say, you probably know exactly what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Horrors beyond human comprehension.
So true.
Question: Does the consciousness in Lake Avernus can be brought back to life?
God, I wish. Bring me Aliana back.
What is the Lake of Lake?
The Lake of Cognition? Oh,
Lake of Cognition.
You haven't gotten to the Lake of Cognition, right?
Oh gosh.
This is like
Maybe
near
it's-
near the bottom of the iceberg, but the briefest explanation I can give, and this is a long-winded explanation, I'll try and summarize to the best of my ability. The Lake of Cognition is a cognitive domain that is controlled by Paradeus, but it does not exist in physical reality. It is a extension of GRCH38 Nirvana that Paradeus, I shouldn't say Paradeus, but Martha Meitner and her project team at the United States Relic Agency, which is probably DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, created during the Holy Grail project in the early 2040s. Essentially, minds that undergo or I should say brains that undergo the Holy Grail procedure, also known as the Hela procedure, put under the blade, and somehow, we don't know exactly how, that consciousness is transferred into the Lake of Cognition. The Lake of Cognition then becomes a pool of memories that can be drawn from to synthesize a new consciousness, which is a Nido consciousness.
Oh.
And
Yeah, this
Anja,
is like deep lore, literally.
Anja ends up trapped there. Aliana ends up like accidentally connecting to it, and I think she gets dragged in there too. From what I understood.
Also, Bisa is in chat. By the way, if you guys don't know, Bisa is working on a remastered and like unfunked version of the original Girl of the Bakehouse. The project is coming soon, actually. They messaged me earlier today. but like, if you guys don't know, Girl of the Bakehouse was Yuzong's very first project back when he was still in university, I think. And it's me and Kuruko have read it already. But
Yeah.
it's where all of these central ideas from that would go on to make
You can see the
Bakery Girl.
beginning of his cooking.
The
I
beginning of his
watched that
cooking.
stream and I saw the suffering afterwards.
Yeah, no, it was extremely suffering. It was very 2000s. You can see the influence of like Gunslinger Girl in there.
Oh, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Girl the Bakehouse.
One thing I want to quickly add at the Lake of Cognition, because I realized I didn't even actually answer the question that was being asked. It was asked if life can be saved from it. Yes, but no. Because every single consciousness that is synthesized from those memory fragments that are planted into the Lake of Cognition, it essentially acts as like a storehouse of memories. You cannot rebuild. You would need every single piece reassembled exactly to recreate a consciousness in Lake of Cognition. But in reality, pretty much every Nido consciousness that is synthesized is just an amalgam of memories that are assembled to create a new consciousness, a new Nido consciousness. It's absolutely possible to resurrect life. Like, that is the entire point of the Lake of Cognition, is to resurrect a life. But what is produced is not going to be the same of what went in.
Okay.
The output will not be the same as the input.
Okay. Would it be considered cloning, or would it be considered like actual revival?
Both.
Hmm.
Because the bodies that the memories are put into are clone bodies, or a modified brain of another subject.
That's terrifying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The Avernus Lake lore is probably some of the coolest in the entire series.
Yeah. I read a little bit about Dr. Hume, who, by the way, am I allowed to talk about him just a little bit?
Hey, it's Ian lore. We said
Yeah,
free
it's
game,
Ian lore.
free
Dr.
range.
Hume, he's like, what is he, 200 years old, same age as what was the other guy's name?
Old
Misha?
Misha.
Old Misha, yeah. He's like around the same time, in the same event actually. That gave them both like unaging bodies. Yeah, it basically gave him like, what was it? A map of the way the human brain works. And then he spends the next 200 years trying to like recreate that, I guess.
Just a quick addition there. We don't know exactly when the relic accident happened, but Misha and Hume, or at the time Maurice Hume, before he changed his name, were involved in the relic experiment. Something went awry, and everyone died, except for Misha and Hume, which were the only survivors. I'd assume the radiation must have mutated their bodies in some way, the collapse radiation, that extended their lives, but didn't kill them or give them like full ELID. Maybe they're partial immunes. I don't know. They could be. But Hume was the unique case in that during the disaster, a beam of energy from GRCH-38, which is what he called Nirvana, it seems GRCH-38 is Nirvana, came out of the relic and pierced his brain. In those familiar with the story of Anatoly Bergotsky, who was the particle through the brain experiment, I think this is based directly, or not experiment, accident. This is directly based on him.
Oh, shoot.
He glimpsed something in Nirvana. Because it seems the implication is that he did not just see Nirvana, he saw something in Nirvana that led to him developing dolls.
Okay. Killed thousands to learn to resurrect people. Still bad at it.
Hashtag gaming.
Why did they stop using pan-immunosome in RC, instead using fully immune individual? Translation things.
I guess that's just a change in translation choices.
Yeah.
Translation, I
It
guess.
seems at this point they've pretty much set on a fully immune individual across all games.
Yeah.
Immunosome doesn't really mean anything, and I think, how do I put this? My only guess is that it doesn't mean anything other than an immune. However, fully immune individual is also a mouthful. I just say an immune or a partial immune.
Right.
I can't believe Jesus Christ made dolls. Technically true.
So, like, I guess, like, you didn't delve too deep into Rosartrism itself on your stream, did you, Kuruko?
Yeah, no, I just mentioned that there's like two branches, and then they fight later on in the Rose Collapse. And that's it.
Okay. So from what did you take inspo from Roadside Picnic? Oh, absolutely. There's no way you didn't.
They outright mention the book in Slow Shock. Like the book is a motif of that story.
What is the lore for
Martha
what?
Might. Oh, go ahead.
No, actually, never mind.
Oh, I was just gonna add Martha Meitner. It seems like her entire mindset was partially based on Redrick Schuhart's own philosophy in Roadside Picnic.
Oh, okay. We're delving into Hollow City lore. Yeah. I kind of want to steer it in that direction a little bit, right? So from what I understand, basically Rosartris, the Beaconists and the what are they called again? The Beaconists and the Prometheans. They both came from the UNRA agency, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, from the United Nations Relic Agency.
And their whole goal was to study relics, and for good, not for making weapons, for good. But it seems like at some point they got really mad because despite, trying to tell people, guys, we should develop technologies to clean up yellow zones and red zones, the world just kept on fighting and didn't give them funding. And at some point, I guess what happened was that, Rosarder, the head at the time, he went to Japan, he saw all the suffering. He found like a mutant girl who they thought was, an immune individual that they could make a cure from. And what ended up happening was that the local Japanese population tried to kill her because they thought she was a demon. Right? And then at some point he's just
some of them did.
Yeah. Like he was.
The other half were like, she is literally our savior. We must steal her.
Yeah, and she gets shot at some point, and they take her back, and they discover she needed radiation to live. And seeing all this this is like before World War III, I think. This is just after Baylan.
It was June into July 2030.
Yeah, and so he decides, enough is enough. I tried playing Mr. Nice Guy. We're gonna go full Lenin now. This world is corrupt. World War III is gonna happen. We're gonna enter the Dark Ages. He wrote a 150-page report, disseminating
he really
across
said
the entire
billions
world.
must die.
Billions must die. Shot himself. And
Probably.
And then from sending out that report, lots of rich people are like, yeah, I agree with what he said. Let's save the world. I'm rich. I can do this. And, obviously the lower class people were like, I'm sick of living in a radiated desert. We should, stop fighting wars too. And this happened in America, right? The RA agency was in America at the time, but they got kicked out. It was obviously an international organization under the UN, but their headquarters were at the UN headquarters at the UN. Right. But at least the American side, they got kicked out. And before they got kicked out, that was when the Beaconists formed. They were like, we've had it with you people. Though we tried to save the world, but the world didn't want saving, so let's all just go fuck off to Antarctica.
Let's go.
We're gonna go hang out with the penguins in this field.
Yeah, fuck you guys. You guys can all go die for all we care.
One of my favorite lines.
We tried to help you, but you're too dumb to live.
One of my favorite lines in Reverse Collapse. It's not any major spoiler, but it's when it's one of the scenes when Jafudi and Mendo are sitting by the fire, and Jafudi makes a comment, something akin to, "What do you eat in Antarctica? Like seals and penguins?" And Mendo just replies, "Don't you think it's a bit prejudiced? Like we have animals there like any other." Oh, that's a pretty funny line. Plus, it also mentions penguins and seals
what other animals
are actually protected. I mean, I'm sure they have cows and chickens and pigs at least. Something to at least provide the most basic proteins.
Yeah. So actually, Hollow City was discovered before Baylan incident, right?
Yes, I think it was 2023.
Yeah, so before the Baylan incident, they already discovered Hollow City and they were already researching it. But I guess it wasn't quite a city yet.
All I'm saying is that there was a gravitational anomaly in Antarctica found last year, and Hollow City was canonically found in 2023. I'm just saying.
Okay, so that's after the event then. It's basically after like the beginners are like, okay, let's fuck off and do our own thing. They can all scramble for the scraps. We'll live under the ice. Atena
Just
is
to
my
add-
favorite penguin eater.
So true, so true. Something to quickly add, because you mentioned you are an array, just nothing, and Rizard himself, just nothing of what they could do could push humanity in a positive direction with the relics. That's why a lot of them, like the Beaconist faction, fled to Antarctica. To quote the opening line of Oppenheimer, because it seems like the major theme of the entire series is that humanity cannot be trusted with the relics. They are not something that were meant for us. We should not touch them. They are best to leave well enough alone. And to quote Oppenheimer, the opening, Prometheus stole fire from the gods and gave it to man. For this he was chained to a rock and tortured for eternity.
Mm-hmm. And you know, you got an entire faction that wants to control the world. They're calling themselves Prometheus. So
Yeah.
It is sort of play on that. Well, it's pretty blatant.
yeah, and like they went the other way. They decide, you know, we're gonna control the world by you know, contacting all the rich and political people, and we're gonna use technology to regulate people's lives. You know, what job you get, that's up to the computer. What education, what social class you are, that's up to the computer. It literally is like Brave New World, right?
It's
Brave New
the
World.
goat test in Fallout 3.
Like you know, it's literally the book Brave New World. They're, you know, it's a heavily controlled society, and it's the one that you live in. The commander is in
What's
the
the
yellow
quote?
zones.
What's the quote from Fallout 3 from the GOAT exam? Something along the lines of, a mad scientist runs up to you and says, I'm going to put my quantum harmonizer in your photonic resonation chamber. How do you respond? Something like that.
Oh,
I see.
oh, something that you talked about in your stream that I wanted to talk about was that although the UNRC or URNC technically rules basically the entire world, that's only within the cities, right? It's only within the green and white zones. Everywhere, like all of like the vast expanses of like, you know, wilderness and yellow zones, there's no law there, as you can see in Girls Frontline too. Most of the world is
It
lawless.
does seem to be the case, yeah.
It's literally a situation where like the entire world is like domed cities, and outside of that is just well,
Yeah, the yellow zones are pretty much just de facto URNC rule. Like, they can't control and dictate the law across the entire contamination zone, obviously.
like they say they
And then
own
the red
it, but-
zones, yeah. And then the red zones, like, even though they're technically under the authority of the RNC, no one's in control of those.
Mm-hmm. How do you remember that word for word?
It's one of the funniest lines in the game.
It's true.
It probably
Yellow's-
is word for word.
Yellow zones UNRC pending.
Yeah, that's a
It's
good
like,
way to
we'll
describe
be
it.
there soon.
Pretty sure rednecks still
Get-
exist and patrol the Appalachians. Killing with
Get ready to join the URNC, buddy.
Woohoo!
I'm gonna move on to another question.
Yeah.
uh
I'm going through.
Chutter be like billions must die. Chutter? Is Jack Daniels still making alcohol in GFL too?
Probably.
Probably.
Most
The only
likely.
alcohol that exists in the series.
Apparently, yeah.
Why not just get rid of the people in green zones and fill them with RP? And actually, I think that's what the whole rebels thing is going on. The anti-Rosartran people, in Isomer, I think their whole ideology was like, yeah, this is our land. You're building your walled cities in our land. You're not even our people. We should kill you because this is our land. That seems to be like the prevailing ideology of all the ultra nationalists. Because they're not
there's-
interested in, you know, mutual international cooperation. They're like, no, this is our land.
Yeah.
We're not handing it over to anybody. We don't- yeah.
A major theme of GFL 1 is definitely like the clash of internationalism and nationalism. Like these two cannot mutually coexist at all times.
Aki's asking, how can we still use 2nd gen T-dolls? Can we upgrade to 3rd gen or 2nd gen Mark II?
Oh yeah, I was looking for that question. I don't know if we're using 2nd gen T-dolls still on Gears Frontline 2, are we?
I mean, all the dolls
thought-
we have are just 2nd gen as far as I know. I mean, to be fair, in RC they call Betty an outdated doll, which is probably in reference to her being 2nd gen.
Yeah. Do we have any other stuff about old Misha aside from what Anja says? Dude sounds like a big figure.
He is a favorite of mine even before he even showed up in the game.
I didn't even realize he shows up in the game.
He shows up for... I mean, his first and only appearance in-game directly is during Summer Garden. However, he speaks in Point Car Recurrence and Shattered Connection, I think. But it's only in reference. Yeah, he was born in 1951 or 53. It seems like Mika actually messed up and didn't write which one he was born in correctly. It seems like 1951. When he graduated, he started studying encryption and numerology at the KGB Academy. He came from a KGB family, so he was recruited into the KGB. He joined the 16th Directorate, which is for signals intelligence, where in, I believe it was the 60s, he started working with Russian academic Viktor Glushkov. Sorry, I'm trying to collect all these thoughts all at once on one random question off a whim. After the OKB-10 incident, in I believe 1973, he started working with Glushkov on the OGAS project, where he was recruited to work with the 16th Directorate to create a national-wide relic management system between the institutions and the relic facilities themselves, because previously all relic activities were facilitated under the 16th Directorate. But they were decompartmentalized after the OKB-10 incident. The 16th Directorate Misha eventually became the director of the 16th Directorate, and a major... He was basically number 2 on the original OGAS project.
Oh.
And he was one of the project leads on the Moron devices. Those unknown objects that were generated by the Starfish that later became the cores of the Moron, or not the Moron, the Pike relic weapons.
Okay.
And then, after the Soviet Union, sorry, I know this is a very long-winded answer, I apologize. I'm trying to give as much information as I can because he is a massive, his portfolio is, or not portfolio, CV is massive. After the Cold War, he went back to, he was actually then taught encryption, sorry. But he, at some point, got back into relic technology and relic science, which is at some point when he met Maurice Hume, and they did the relic experiment together. That was probably the longest-winded answer, and I apologize, and there's more to his background that was very much the spark notes off the top of my head.
Yeah, so like, you know, OGAS, it always seemed like such a mystery that seemed like nobody knew how it worked, but old Misha clearly knows how it works, right?
Oh yeah, Misha is probably the most intelligent person on the planet regarding relic science.
Mm-hmm.
Besides maybe Martha Meitner and William.
I was hoping to see him in RC, but he doesn't. But like,
yeah, we don't know his status past Summer Garden. I mean, past Coin Car Recurrence.
Did the commander develop into the person they are now in GF2, or are they always that kind of person by the time they were more of a character in the story? So I guess by the time of Continuing Turbulence, were they already like how they are in GF2, or did they change?
Verify that question? Sorry, I missed that.
Was the commander like as a person with his personality, his beliefs, his values? Was he in GF2? Is he the way that he was in Singularity, or did things change during GF1 that made him into how he is in GF2?
Many things changed for the commander. I mean, Singularity is basically the commander's start. Like, chapter 0 through 10 is the prologue, essentially. It's really from Mirror Stage onwards that the commander comes into his own, that... I mean, the commander is the main character of the series, besides, RC.
Yeah, he's not
all of their experiences in Germany shaped them. This is a 2-month vacation to Germany, come back a different person.
Yeah, so like the last arc in Girls Frontline, it was just two months, huh?
Anything you want to add, Kuroko? I realize we've just been going back and forth for the last like 10 minutes. Sorry.
It's fine. I like listening in. Do not worry.
Look at these little cinnamon rolls. Still so innocent. In their
Literally
innocent.
me.
In their GF1 uniform. Still so innocent.
Literally me.
Can any dog get I'm gonna ban you, Rico. John and Jane Frontline. One traumatizing
John,
experience.
the one and only.
So Ice Summer, is it still in that same 2-month period, or is it late before?
Summer is, I believe it's May 2064. If it's not May, it's April.
Oh man, and I guess
I believe it's May.
I'm going to assume the current, the finale is not even 2065, so that means.
Oh yeah, I think that it ends late November.
Oh, so just from like a 7-month period, is.
Yeah, chapter 11 through Convolutional Kernel is. The number's not coming to me off the top of my head, but it's less than it's about half a year.
Yeah.
Just non-stop
Yeah, and as I
fighting.
said earlier, you said it was from dual randomness up to the end. It's like 2 months.
Quickly pulls up the calendar of 2064.
Are Team Defy one of the first 2nd Gen T dolls, or am I remembering it wrong?
Defy is weird in that instance because I don't think they can be defined by like doll standards, so to speak.
Yeah, they're kind of
their
own league.
AK-15 is the most powerful doll in the Neo-Soviet Union and probably the planet.
I feel like that was such a meme, but like, no, you guys are serious.
It's real. It's real.
It seemed like it was originally like a exaggeration. It's not an exaggeration.
Run through his concrete walls like the Juggernaut.
Yeah. You've seen her run through walls.
Yeah. As Nepgear mentions in chat, they defy doll standards, bro. That's a good way of putting it.
Okay. I thought he's more of a POV character slowly getting characterized. I think it was more like a sudden
The commander is their own character.
Yeah. That's when the anime came. I was so upset when people were like, "Oh, the commander is just he doesn't have a story. He's malleable. We can just make him whatever we want." And
I was gonna say the commander is the main character of the series,
and I'm like,
besides Arthie.
What are you talking about? He talks so much. Did the prohibition of usage of dolls in PMCs also conflicted in part of the industry? PMC shows how dolls worked in the environment of humans, but for now we haven't seen much of working social dolls in GF2. That's true.
I think that's also just an aspect of how the game is. Like, it's not really a focus, but they're there.
Like, we haven't really...
I mean, Sabrina worked at a restaurant. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, we haven't really gone to the green zones very much, right? Like, we're not really interacting with like the service. You're not gonna see them in the yellow zone, right?
Yeah, from my knowledge of GFL2 so far, from future events, we still haven't gone. Well, okay, we were at ODE 01, Odessa 1, which I guess is a green zone satellite, but we never focused on that. Any other time we've been out in the yellow zones.
Yeah, the way I understand it is that like Odessa itself is still the Odessa city, but it seems to be like surrounded in a ring and like connected to these dome cities on the external fronts, kind of like giant suburb cities, right?
Yeah.
Numbered 1 through however many. Is that how it works?
From how it's written, yes, that all the major cities that are essentially have jurisdiction over a URNC oblast, municipality, area, state, whatever you want to call it, they're like the central white zone in that area. They're like a central government and population center. And then ringing out from that are the green zone satellite cities, which is ODE 01.
Yeah. But even like, I guess outside those satellite cities, it's still yellow, isn't it?
Some of them, yeah. I think they play around with the map a little bit.
Yeah. So it just kind of confuses me whether or not like they're actually like, you know, clearing out entire, you know, hundreds of square kilometers of yellow zone and turning into green zone, or whether or not they're just like, you know, making it livable enough to establish domed cities, but everywhere around the dome is still yellow.
I think it's a bit of both, because obviously the whole purification project is trying to close the yellow zone from both sides, both from Western and Eastern Europe, and then trying to close it and meet around the Carpathian Mountains. But there are a few cities, and this is why I say I think they play around the map a bit, like Lviv in the Neo-Soviet Union region. That is said to be a white zone, even though on the map in GFL 1 it's actually in the yellow zone. Now, to be fair, they could have pushed the green zone border all the way that far by GFL 2. I mean, it's been 10 years, or it could have been the city is a white zone that's closed off. It also just could be the GFL 2 riders. I will also say that.
Yeah, it could just be that too. I prefer MCs with their own characterization because I grew up playing Deus Ex. I prefer, you know, characterized main protagonists too. I don't like silent protagonists.
Yeah, me neither.
What's the difference between a white and a green zone?
Zones are... Sorry, continue.
Oh no, as far as I know from like reading the things that Mika self-publish, is that white zones are like zones that have basically no radiation or like little to no radiation, while green zones like are a little, just a teeny bit higher on the radiation levels, but like not enough to make life impossible.
Also, just one thing to add: white zones, at least they're technically an entire region can be a white zone, but white zones are usually, at least how it's written, cities that are completely purified and actually maintained both through climate and purity, not just its like radiation count.
Sorry, what was the last part?
Sorry. Yeah, it seems that a lot of white zone cities are also classified, well, a lot of white zones are classified as city centers that are both... Sorry, I'm trying to reiterate a point I've already forgotten. They have no radiation. There is no radiation in the white zone, no collapse radiation, and they operate as like a central government city.
Okay.
Like all operations of like a region are done out of there.
So basically, it's like the most heavily developed place. There's comforts, there's money, there's prosperity. You know, anything important is being done there. Factories, everything.
I love the concept art for them.
Yeah, it looks great. You know, it's just too bad you can't live there.
Sad.
There's always a will. We can sneak in there and get detained for 10 years.
Let's go.
Rotting away in white zone jail. Hell yeah.
Probably better than rotting away in a yellow zone, like
Honestly.
Varjager prison camp.
Honestly, yeah.
Can dolls use guns without fire control cord? I believe so.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, they should be able to, but like they will need to learn like any other person.
Yep. They won't be as proficient.
Uh-huh. And it won't be like instant knowledge as if they had all the proper things installed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do we know much
Also-
about... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna add a feature of second generation neural clouds is that they feature sort of human. How would I define this? It can learn like humans, essentially. Not quite, because they're still learning from their deterministic base layer, but they can still learn to become proficient and understand new things. That's sort of a feature of second generation neural clouds.
Oh, okay. That's pretty important.
I guess a quick addendum to a previous question. I find defining neural cloud generations more important than defining like first and second gen TDALs, because neural clouds are like the actual evolution of AI development. Just a quick addendum.
Okay. Do we know much about the space Cartesian theater takes place in?
Oh.
This is,
Actually, yeah. Do you?
Cartesian is the weirdest event in this entire series.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's
Just to be
stranger
specific, just to add, Hakuya, have you gotten a chance to read Cartesian Theater?
no, but I'm willing to learn
Oh.
right now.
Oh, okay.
I'll give the spark notes here because there's a lot to explain.
Yeah.
I find this infinitely more... Well, infinitely is the wrong term. I find this more dense than Arthi in this regard, even though Arthi is all about the relics in Nirvana. That Cartesian is heavily implied to be set in a... It's either set in Nirvana itself, or it could be set in M4's mind, or Lunasia's mind in Nirvana, or it could be set in a space that's between the passage into Nirvana and Nirvana itself. And by passage, I mean the starfish, during its activation, establishes a gateway of sorts into Nirvana. Terra Paradise could exist in somewhere in the middle. Terra Paradise could exist in Nirvana, or Terra Paradise could exist all in M4's mind or in Lunasia's mind. We don't exactly know. There's not a lot of information, but it seems... And I guess the event's name is literally Cartesian Theater. Like Descartes, philosopher Descartes' philosophy on dualism, that the mind and body are separate. And theater, meaning like a play. Like all of this technically could be a play in the mind.
Oh.
And that's a very literal interpretation that could suggest it's all in M4's mind in Nirvana, but I don't know. It certainly seems like it's in a space of Nirvana that's shaped in a certain way to orchestrate Lunasia's return.
Yeah.
This
Did we
is
get
a lot of buzzwords.
Yeah. Speaking of Cartesian Theater, did we ever... Something I was kind of lost in the end. Did we even get an idea or who or what Laplace's demon was supposed to be?
So, all I will say is stay tuned for Zero Charge, because we have a really good idea on who Laplace's demon is. Because
Okay,
she calls
perfect.
herself the ultimate authority over dolls.
Oh,
Oh.
excellent,
It-
excellent.
She is likely a doll, that's all I'm gonna say, and the only thing I can add is that I have no idea what the Fae are. The Fae
Oh.
could just be other dolls that are taking the form of the Fae. It could be other AI intelligences or entities. It could be OGAS entities. They could be precursor entities. I don't know what the Fae are.
Oh yeah, we had all the face too.
Yeah, the Fae, I think, could just be, like, how would I put this? Like, supporting AI, like other dolls, maybe, under Laplace's demon. But I'm not sure. We are probably going to learn more in the future game.
Let's go.
Biso is saying MiHoYo's earliest titles were inspired by Bakery Girl. Yeah, like people don't seem to get it, but like Bakery Girl and like the stuff Yuzong was doing, like his like fanzines, inspired like most of, pretty much all of the early Chinese gacha companies. Like,
Yeah,
they really
Guns
were
N'
the
Girls
first.
inspired GFL. Also, I want to quickly mention, just because of the conversation, someone asked, Skyboy19ID asked, is Cartesian Theater basically in a different timeline or literally in a different dimension? Different dimension, it is, my guess is that the entire thing is in Nirvana, in some degree, because it seems like Nirvana is like a massive web. But this entire construct is a cognitive domain, or cognitive realm.
The way I
We
understand
did get those from other timeline in there though, but Nirvana seems to be like its own thing.
The way I understand Nirvana is that it's outside time and space, and like it literally connects different universes together. So it's literally everywhere, everything at once.
I mean, if you guys want a truly insane theory, I've been cooking up the idea that this entire universe of GFRC is structured similar to Yggdrasil, in the sense that every single world is a leaf that extends from a branch of the tree, but there is only one tree itself, only one stump, being Nirvana. And Nirvana is connected to all of these worlds and all the beings which inhabit them. Because there's only one Nirvana, but there's an infinitesimal amount of worlds, or infinite worlds, not infinitesimal.
Sarah asks, in Shattered Connection, who's the one doll that evacs Commander from the train but didn't tell her name and blasted along the train with a coastal gun?
I think that's meant to just be like whichever, it can be whichever doll. It's not meant to be anyone.
Yeah, it's ambiguous, but like M950 Calico's mod story kind of implies that it's her, but it's meant to be ambiguous.
It's a writing thing, so you can just sort of imagine whichever doll you prefer.
Also from Chippity Crockett, I believe I pronounced that correctly.
Yeah.
Isn't Yggdrasil the world tree from Norse myth? Correct. The Norse believed in essentially 9 different worlds which inhabit Yggdrasil, which was the composition of the universe. This is very theoretical, and I think, at least loosely, the writers were inspired. Or I should say Yu Zhong, because Yu Zhong is definitely the guy responsible for the whole Nirvana angle.
Yeah, and someone's saying it's if it sounds similar to the imaginary tree concept in Honkai, it's basically because they're based on the same thing, which is Yggdrasil.
Yeah, and I should say it's not exactly Yggdrasil in any sense, but I get this idea that the universe is similar to a tree, at least in structure and network. I think you get the point. Went from talking about Ulta Life to discussing like the layers of the universe in like 20 minutes.
Wait till RC2,
30 minutes.
Where we're with the global relief guys, and it's just Gentian.
So true. Or like Mei Ling, but she has a giant scar and an eye patch.
That would be funny.
That would be kind of cool.
Is M16 still or M16 after the event?
Yeah. I'm fairly sure she is.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure it's our M16. But it does... They do kind of imply that she's been like jumping around as well.
Yeah, like she may not have all the memories, but it certainly seems like this is our M16. They're like, it is the one that went into the starfish, and she's coming out.
All right, I just want to thank everyone for being so well behaved so far. I haven't gotten any like weird suspicious questions, and it's been wonderful. I love you all. I love you all.
Now you're gonna prompt them to ask suspicious questions.
Anyways,
I was gonna say like we know exactly which question you mean.
Feedman69 asks,
no.
What happened to OGAS and its systems after Sangvis' story got wrapped up?
Can they clarify? Do they mean like Sangvis' OGAS system?
Oh wait, repeat the question. I didn't hear it. I can't find it in chat.
Feetman asks, what happened to the whole OGAS and the OGAS system after Sangvis's story got wrapped up?
Oh, I mean, that's still around. That's independent of Sangvis, honestly.
Yeah, OGAS is an umbrella term in the series. Because Sangvis's OGAS system, I assume, still operates. Maybe I know they get assimilated into GNK, like IOP networking and programming, but the OGAS structure, or I should say, all of Sangvis Ferry pretty much died the moment Eliza disconnected herself in the OGAS network. The moment she did that, every single doll under Sangvis Ferry was immediately disconnected and was essentially aimless. Because it was Eliza's OGAS neural cloud that was dictating all of their actions for the past 2 years. Which is also why they're just kind of like, what now?
What do we do now? I guess we'll follow the humans.
And we'll just go out and we'll explore the Yellow Zone, I guess, until we get, like, grabbed by Elon Thomas's U-95.
Yeah.
The goo gun.
The goo gun.
So true.
It's still so
What did
funny.
Yu Zhong mean by this?
I don't know. What was he thinking? I wonder.
Also, interesting CG you put up.
Yeah. I wonder what that place is.
I wonder what that place is. I should very quickly clarify. Have you guys finished Reverse Collapse? I'm not going to discuss Chapter 5. I'm not going to do that here because I'm of the opinion that...
There's so much I want to ask about that, but I know.
Chapter 5 is like one of those, like, you can only experience this for the first time once.
Yes.
So I wouldn't dare want to ruin it for anyone.
Yes.
But if you have any questions for me, ask me later. I've explained it to several people and I love talking about it. Chapter 3, yeah. Chapter 3 is the hardest one in the game for me, and then it's mostly smooth sailing after that.
Okay, good. Yeah, because I am struggling with the last stages.
I was watching. You failed the stage. What happened?
Chapter 3 is the hardest.
Hard!
It is hard. Because I think with Chapter 4, how it is that by the time you reach Chapter 4 and a few nodes in, you have like so many skills and so many parts that the game, like, you feel like a demigod at that point. But Chapter 3, you're like, I'm broke. I don't have the right skills for this. I just have to survive.
I actually lost out on a achievement because I level capped before I finished all the training missions. I maxed out on my levels. I didn't get to see the training missions.
Yeah, I'm a fake fan. I have not 100% at RC. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I haven't played the secret game mode in RC yet. I haven't played it yet. But you know, I played the original Bakery Girl already, so. Oh.
It's a bit more streamlined in RC.
We got a bunch of people still on Chapter 3. Guys,
Whoa! Chapter 3
All I'm
struggles.
saying is example A and why I'm saying I'm not going to discuss Chapter 5 here.
I want to.
Even though, like, I have been
maybe not
wanting to discuss this with everyone for ages.
Yes! Guys, hurry up and play the game!
All I can say is, like, you can tell Yu Zhong pretty much wrote that entire section, I think.
Yeah.
You should tell Mika to stop releasing their events together so I can go back to Reverse
Yeah,
Collapse.
I think Mika should do that too. I read literally Centaurisi's event in PNC, immediely stopped, and then finished the part 2 of Glass Island yesterday. Help.
I haven't even read Centaurisi's event. I need to go do that before it goes away, assuming it's still around.
I mean,
because I was kind of disconnected of Nera Cloud.
Yeah, minimally, you can just, like, unlock the story notes and then skip them and then read them later. You can at least do that.
Reverse Collapse is a remake of Codename Bakery Girl in the same way that the universe is fairly large.
Yes. I almost have stopped calling RC a remake altogether or a remaster. I just call it like a reimagining because these are two different games.
Yeah. It's the absolute scale of Reverse Collapse is just so beyond what anyone could have thought of when they were making Bakery Girl.
Oh yeah, no one could have expected how long that game was going to be.
It was only $10 on discount.
It was, how do I put this? It felt like playing Elden Ring and Miyazaki saying, well, main story content's only going to be about 30 hours. Who beat Elden Ring in 30 hours?
Yeah. Like, I feel like they should have made Reverse Collapse more expensive. Just so people understood.
Absolutely.
Just so people understood, like, the scale of what was being done. They're like, it's
it is
$20. No, there can't be anything in there.
It's
like,
one of the
no.
longest games I've played. That's a single player game.
If you look at my streams on this channel, like I did like, how many streams did I do even? Let me check. My playlist for Reverse Collapse.
But yeah, I mean, it's like when they called it a remake, it was like literal, like they meant it, like they remade the whole thing like from the ground up, and like new more story and everything, like full on remake, not just like, oh, we're just making this game again but exactly the same.
No, they expanded the scale so much, right?
I mean, without saying too much, the entire concept of strikes is all new.
Yeah.
Those did not exist.
So like my series for Reverse Collapse was 21 streams, and my average stream time was like 7 hours. I could not put the game down.
I will not spoil the exact total playtime, but for anyone who's in chapter 3 right now, if you think you're near the end, you're not.
Yeah, no, I've been warned about a pretty long cutscene.
Yes.
Yeah, don't. I will also add, if when you start chapter 5, don't start it until like you have like hours to kill and a snack and a drink.
I made the mistake of not doing that. I thought it was just gonna be this is gonna be a piece of pig, and it's like, oh, why am I still awake?
We're watching a Kojima cutscene.
They warn me about that because usually my streaming times are pretty time limited.
Yeah.
Because of me needing to go out and get my sister, or like needing to go somewhere. So they were like, okay, if you finish this chapter and like it's close, you don't have like 2 or 3 hours to spare or more. Yeah. Just wait for the next stream because it's probably gonna be like the entire stream. Like, oh, okay.
It was like, I think I started it in the very late evening, and I think I ended at like 2 or 3 a.m.
Yeah. Like, Yuzo, he looked at MGS4.
I went to bed immediately after.
He looked at MGS4, he's like, I'm gonna make MGS4 a fucking joke.
He has a personal beef with Kojima.
I think they added like an intermission.
That this is a VN.
They added an intermission halfway through for you to like to save and like take a break.
Oh yeah, there are before you started for the story.
Before you started, there was a literal warning that tells you, please like make sure you have enough time to read this because it's gonna go on for a while. There's an
it has several cutscenes will play in sequence.
There is literal checkpoints for story. Yeah,
it has a warning.
We won't go much further than that though.
Because they know that, well, even if you could save, you don't want to stop.
Oh, for sure. Like it was very late for me, but like I was reading that through the end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go buy RC and buy the deluxe edition. They give them all the money they need for that.
Also, Nepgear asked, can you save it? You can't save it, the game saves for you. Like, there were checkpoints.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, someone mentioned hockey is kind of quiet. That's because I'm trying to go through all the chat. And I want to let my 2 guests speak more than myself.
Yeah, Kuriko, please keep playing Reverse Collapse. You will be a different person after Chapter 5.
Yeah. Chapter 5 was actually hard. Like,
but I need to finish Good Frontline 2, and now they're releasing the new Nero Cloud event. Mika, please.
Stop releasing things so closely.
Mika, please. Yeah. Have mercy on my soul.
What's the lore reason for Svarog having a heavy bomber, and what can Shiki-Kan do to get one?
I think Svarog is just rich, and they have a lot of influence in the NSU.
I mean, they're probably the ones who built the heavy bombers in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
You raise a fair point. They military-industrial manufacturer. I don't know if they'd still be building Tu-95s. I feel like they would probably
at
go
least
to the.
service them, right?
Yeah, I'm sure they'd. I mean, they have one, so they definitely would service one. Balrog is NSU's Lockheed Martin. Yeah, that's pretty much right.
Oh yeah, if you play Reverse Collapse, please give it a positive review. It's still, I don't think it's overwhelmingly
We're at
positive
75%.
That's not enough.
We're climbing slowly.
Yeah.
However, we did get a ton of reviews thanks to GFL 2, so thank to all the people who have started the game.
Yes.
Let's go.
Just saying, of recent reviews in the past 30 days, 98% are positive.
Nice.
I was gonna say, I think the game is a solid 9 out of 10 for me. So yeah, I
There's a couple gripes I have with some of the stealth missions.
Oh yeah.
But like overall,
I think there's some. I was say any things that I can knock it for are so, like everything else is so much better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
I feel like that's overall thing with mecha games recently, at least with Reverse Collapse and Just Frontline 2. It's like, you know, there are some gripes, there are some details that you're like, oh, this could be done better. But the overall experience is so good that at the end of the day, it's like, you just kind of don't care that much.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been filling RC at a pretty steady rate.
Like, I don't know about you guys, but like for me, Bakery Girl was always like, because I played Bakery Girl, the original, back when it was just GF and there was no NC or anything else. And it's always been my most favorite property out of all of Mika's IPs. Like personally for me, it was always my favorite.
I mean, like, I want an RC2, like, right now. Like, that's how good it was for me.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I want them to take time with it. RC was clearly a work of love from Yu Zhang and Xiao Nian,
I mean,
but
everything that they make is a work of love, but like this one especially.
the recent interview with Yu Zhang, I think it was with, it was either during Tokyo Game Show or before the release of GFL 2 in Japan, that his comment about Bakery Girl, that he wrote most of it, which isn't surprising, it basically confirms that he is the writer Nirvana. Which isn't surprising. Even the name.
Is Elmo a tracked vehicle? How come it's so goddamn fast?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's big. Its engine is powerful. That's about all. It's powered by Mei-Ling mechanical engineering.
Yeah.
Well,
Right? At the start of the game, it's running at, I don't know, 20 kilometers per hour. You can walk faster than that, but like, when it's going...
Yeah, at one
they
point
go
it reached
to
like 200.
plus.
And I was like, what the fuck?
For like reference, 200 is like the minimum requirements for like a high-speed train.
I do wonder what would happen to Elmo if it just hit like a giant pothole at 200 kilometers an hour.
It would have to be a really big pothole considering how wide the damn thing is, right?
That's fair. I guess you could say a canyon at that speed.
Like, what more surprises me is that it runs on highways and doesn't collapse them under its sheer weight. Okay, Super Condor asks...
Magic.
Scale of 1 to 10, how important is Project NeuroCloud's story to the next few GFL 1 events? And how long is it compared to GFL 1 story?
Are they asking the latest PNC events?
I think they're talking about like all of PNC. PNC is still running.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, PNC, kind of. For EN, yes. PNC is currently in a... How do I put this? We don't know if PNC is alive or not on CN right now. It hasn't had an update in a month.
Oh.
Oh.
But then again, the first part of the story has ended, basically, on CN. But there's been nothing since, and we don't know... PNC seems to be, like, either in hiatus. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they're just giving everyone, like, hey, you have until the end of the year take your time, work on GFL 2. You can pick up PNC next year. I don't know. PNC's been like hiatus limbo mode. Yeah, as they're saying in chat.
Maybe
But back to the original question of Ian. There's no connection yet whatsoever with PNC and GFL 1, which is really weird. But I mean, there's going to be a connection in GFL 2 because of the collab.
Maybe they maybe they had meant to do it, but because of the end of service, right? They've had to rush things along.
Yeah.
I also wouldn't. Oh, go ahead.
No, as you mentioned for the collab, so like I assume PNC, as I said, they're probably just giving everyone, they're probably just focusing on the Guess Frontline Tour global release.
Yeah.
And then go back to it, because if they're planning they announced a collab with Guess Frontline 2, so I don't think they're gonna just drop Narrow Cloud.
Clearly, there's new content coming, right?
There's definitely something. I mean, from what I know, because I've not read the full event, but I know the general ending, and I've read the final node, and that it definitely seems like PNC's story is ongoing. There's more to it, but it's kind of in limbo at the moment, where there's just no new story, no new updates since ENIAC was added. But I mean, there's clearly going to be more, because there's a lot of unanswered questions.
Beats made a comment. To put into perspective how long the Chapter 5 cutscene is, if you try to open up the text history like I did, I tried to open it up.
Me too.
It will stall out your PC for a solid minute or two.
Oh.
Yeah, I was.
Oh.
Yeah, if you're near the very end, don't click log.
I accidentally.
Unless you have a really good PC.
I accidentally passed the message. I gotta check, and then oh, did my game crash?
Oh no! I keep that in mind.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're near the end of it, and you'll know when you're near the end of it, don't click log.
This is a question for Kuriko. How do you play more than one gacha and survive? I swear.
Because as I mentioned multiple times, I'm a filthy casual in all of them.
Likewise, you think I survive?
Like I have not opened Guess Frontline 1 since the last event. I have not opened Narrow Cloud in like 2 or 3 months either. I'm focusing no more on Guess Frontline 2. The Hoyo ones, I play them every once in a while, but like they don't have a sweep for the farming missions, so I don't really play them that often, because I don't want to just open it and go and farm and then have to go to bed. Which is why I like Guess Frontline 2, because I can just press a button, be like, okay, do this stage like 20 times, and then I get all the rewards, and then I can just move on with my life. Away.
Waiter, more weapon XP, please.
Okay. Somebody, be another one, and asked. Somebody up above just asked if the U.S. still uses the M2 Browning when the fate of the U.S. itself is still unclear.
I mean, let's be fair. The M2 Browning and the 1911 are not going anywhere, apparently.
I mean, they're still using the Makarov and whatnot. They're still using the 3-line Mosin Nagant rifle. So actually about that, right? And this is something I got from NC, from when I read Zhang Yu's, that's Type 97 in Girls Frontline 1, Zhang Yu's story, is that she becomes a action movie star in the Canadian film industry. Wow! So like,
thank you, Miko. Very cool.
Thank you, very cool. Single-handedly revived the Canadian film industry.
The only mention of Canada in the series.
Yeah.
In game.
Yeah. So as I understand it, like the western board of the North America is like completely fucked up, but the East is still. They're making movies.
And also the fact that they specifically call it out Canada as a country would also imply that Canada regained their independence.
Oh yeah,
yeah, because Canada got taken by the US at some point.
It seems to be a common occurrence that Canada gets annexed by America anytime there's an apocalyptic setting.
So Canada is free again. Intro. Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
One thing I want to add with PNC real quick is that, I mean, Zhang Yu's story mentioned with Canada, but Reese's recent event, Centaur Reese's recent event, it's good, but I feel like one problem with PNC is that it's very inconcise in where it is at times. Where
Yeah.
It's just like, we are in the city that's under fire by the enemy, and the defenders are in this location fighting the enemy. As in, we're not going to specify at all who these people are in the lore. You're just in a unnamed city with unnamed people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do that a lot.
Yeah, because
Which could
GFL 1 and RC are a lot more concise with, real world building.
Mm-hmm.
Even though,
Yeah.
PNC is in reality.
Yeah, no, PNC does that a lot. Like they focus a lot on the character, which is great, but it would be good if we got more of the background. Like where are they located?
Yeah.
Like right now, where is this happening?
I can only assume Centaur Reese's recent event is either set in the southern US or he went back to Europe. I don't know. Or he went to Europe. We don't know.
Yeah.
Because Clotho's event is set in Texas.
Yeah, it's
And
set in
then
the
Centaur Reese's recent
Texan-Mexican
event-
border.
Yeah, and then Centaur Reese's recent event is set in an unnamed city, unnamed country, unknown enemies, unnamed war, somewhere near the mountains. And I'm guessing Appalachia because of that.
Yeah. I have a question for Kuroko, right?
Mm-hmm.
You played Cascadia's event, right?
Funny,
I'm not sure, actually.
Search and rescue chainsaw
Yeah,
dog.
the search and rescue doll.
Oh yeah.
Is there any mention of
Sure.
Cascadia the place? Because she's named after it.
No, I did not know it was a place.
Oh, okay.
If I recall correctly, and I could be wrong here, I think she was called that by whoever she was working for. She searched for a federal search and rescue team. I think it was the captain or one of her owners named her that because that was his birthplace.
Oh,
think.
that's not a good. That's not a good sign at all.
I don't recall.
could
It's been
be.
it's been a while since I
Yeah,
read that. I
so-
only read it once.
For those who don't know, Cascadia pretty much includes the western side of Canada, including British Columbia, but also Washington and northern California and Oregon. That's what composes.
Yeah,
Cascadia.
the American Northwest,
Mhm.
Oh.
It's got a very
which is all red zone.
yeah, it's got a very, what do you call it, climate that's very much like mountains and forest.
As far as I know, if I could be wrong, I think it's the United States' only rainforest, true rainforest.
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong, someone could clarify, but I'm pretty sure that's the case.
Elmo design looks like a Command and Conquer MCV that tickles my... Well, there's a reason why it's called an MBV. I'm guessing the Professor is closer to GF1 Commander than GFL2. Yeah, it's...
I mean-
I will say so, yeah.
Cloud is set
Yeah.
in 2063, so...
It's
It-
during GFL 1.
NC is
Mhm.
basically like Commander on an isekai journey.
Also, to answer 5678 Southern's question, how necessary is it to know the lore and events of PNC to understand the franchise? Absolutely not.
Yeah, no.
PNC
The only
is-
reason I recommended Nevercloud at one point is because Nevercloud does have the log that tells you about World War III and all those kind of things.
I think it's
Which
just really
GFL2
good for
lacks.
world building.
Why, Mika?
Yeah.
I
Oh
think-
yeah,
Why
PNC
Mika?
is very well written.
Yeah, it's
Mhm.
great for learning about society, how society, at least in the green and white zones, is like, and how dolls are part of normal everyday life.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I recommend it, as I said, if you wanna, because it has the log, and if you wanna know more on how society used to work with dolls and all that. But it's not necessary for the story per se.
Yeah, PNC has its own main plot, which is somewhat tied to the overall plot of GFL 1, but a lot of these side stories are just that. It's meant to be extended like an extended world view. However,
Mhm.
don't get me wrong, there were still a lot of elements of the main story mixed in there. But like Zhang Yu being a martial artist actor in Canada, that's not exactly tied to the main plot, but it's cool.
It's cool, yeah.
It's cool.
Let's see. Do you guys think T-Dolls have IP address sort of in the network? Senpai Seeker?
I mean, they probably have like signatures that like
Yeah.
if you trace them, you know which doll they are. I don't know if you'd call it an IP address, but something like that.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, they have a thing called a neural signature in PNC, which is just a, hey, this is where this person is. This is them.
Mm-hmm.
Canada lives. Sorry, I'm still catching up on the chat.
Someone is asking, I see, like Lishi. The contract with Forbid's Griffin dolls to work with Commander always was a thing, or is that part of rewrites after CN drama? As far as I know, it was always a thing there because we start with no dolls, so there has to be a reason, a lore reason for that.
Any lore about South America? Ale asks. South America is clean.
Woohoo!
Woo!
Yeah, South America is probably.
Like the last paradise on
It
Earth.
might be the. It's probably the best way to say it. It's probably the least contaminated continent in the world, besides maybe
Let's
Antarctica.
go! We get a win, Latin
However, you get a win. However, Civil War, colonialism, and Shrike testing ground.
We're used to
The win
civil
some,
war,
you lose some.
colonialism.
It's an incredible vacation spot for Antarcticans.
I was gonna say, like, you win some, you lose some.
We're used to it, it's fine. You think we're not used to civil war and colonialism?
Reverse collapse.
The Shrikes are
actually
new,
gave us,
though.
like, they're new. I guess I should say not Shrike testing ground, but where Shrike was synthesized, so to speak.
There's a Chinese viewer who is very enthusiastic about Jiang Yu. I love Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu is great.
Good, as they should.
I
She's
didn't
great.
like her that much in Girls Frontline 1 because she didn't have that much, I don't know, individuality, I guess. But in NeuroCloud, it's like she's got all the individuality. She's got so much personality, and I'm
great.
hoping they keep it in the second game.
I don't know a ton, but I'm becoming more and more of a fan of Monsoon Squad, or Monsoon Band, in GFL2, which is Zhongyu, Diane, Xiaohe, and Fei.
Okay,
Which are,
so
by the way,
all the Chinese
Type 97,
ones.
95, Xiaohe, which is CFO5, and not CFO5 from GFL1, but CF05 in GFL2, New Doll, and Fei, who is CZ75 in GFL1.
Oh yeah,
The
yeah,
Axe
Faye.
Girl.
Oh yeah, Faye. They're bringing her on in one of the newer events, right? I saw her.
Oh
model.
yeah,
She
she's
looks
out
great.
now.
She looks
Yeah, you
great.
can play her right now.
She looks so
She's
good.
also free.
She looks so good.
Yeah.
Is she a melee character?
HG user, but some of her skills do use an axe.
Okay, okay.
I think her second and ultimate used the axe, if I recall correctly.
Okay, okay. Yeah, because like we don't get very many melee characters. Actually, my favorite Chinese character.
There's still only 2 MG users in the entire game.
Seriously?
There's
Damn.
only Latara and Peritya. That's it.
That's crazy. That's
Damn.
wild. But I
They
guess
need to get a new MG.
there's not very many
Yeah.
handguns either.
There's only 2 of them. Sorry, let's move
Yeah.
on.
My favorite characters actually that I'm looking forward to the most are Type 79 and JS05. The 2 sisters. I like them so much. It's the Chinese dolls with
You
like
mean
the robot arm.
JS9?
Yeah.
You mean JS9, not JS05.
Is it
Yeah,
JS9?
it's JS05 is like a
Yeah.
green Power Ranger from Infokun.
Oh, it's the other one. Whoops. It's JS9.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, JS9 and Type 79. I like them both very much.
I feel like all my hope for PKP to make it was obliterated by Peritya's existence.
No.
By what?
Rita's existence.
And Peritya uses a PK Pecheneg, which is the
Oh.
PKP.
Oh no!
It's so Jover.
Oh no, I like PKP.
You can still
of my
hope for
favorites.
General Liu.
Yeah, but
And
yeah.
the hope is there. One can dream.
Type
We can
79.
still pray.
Type 79 JS9, the robot arms. Oh, I just really like
GS9
them.
would be a great choice. I
like
mean,
them
we have
so much.
Ulrid, who has a robot arm, and Dushevnaya.
It's not the
Yeah.
same. It's not the same.
Also, yeah, PKP variant trust. I
Kurika.
trust the plan.
Kuruko, who's your favorite?
Trust.
Who's your favorite Chinese doll?
He's thinking.
Car 98k. Yeah, I want car back to my wife.
She avoided the question.
I was gonna say, Liu, without question. However,
Oh. Social score.
here's a
goes
real
down.
question. Here's a real question. This one will get everyone fired up. Because there's probably only gonna be 2 or 3 slots. Which Neural Cloud character do you want?
What do you mean? Can you say that
Which
again?
Neural Cloud
Hmm.
character? Oh, sorry.
For,
I said-
for the collab.
because I know this question would probably fire everyone up. Because of the collab, which PNC character would you want in GFL2? Because there's
Croc.
probably only going to be 2 or 3 that make it.
I feel like Croc is just like, by default, is gonna be Croc.
Croc has to be
I
there.
mean, it's probably going to be some of the main cast. I mean, I would not be surprised if it's
Isn't-
Persicaria.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if it's like Persicaria and Croc, pretty much.
I hope it's 3, because that would mean we have 1 freebie and 2 banner units. Like
True.
Glass Island.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Yeah, probably Antonina or Sol.
Jingguan. Oh, sorry, go on.
Ieshe asks, the contract which forbids Griffin dolls to work with the commander, was that always a thing, or was it part of a rewrite after the CN drama?
That was probably always a part of the story.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I
But
figured.
we didn't hear about it until after the whole drama period. But I think that was always a thing. Because the commander cannot, without saying too much, and as far as I know, they didn't even necessarily go into it fully. The Griffin commander cannot contact and or harbor former or current Griffin dolls.
Mhm.
Yeah, but
Or
as
else
far as I know, not much
retribution.
detail has been given.
Kuro hasn't gotten to the second part of the Glass Island yet.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I won't say too much, but all I'll add is that we don't necessarily know the full terms of the contract, but the commander cannot harbor them at the moment.
Yeah. We don't know who the contract is with, but there's a
I mean,
contract.
we have a pretty good idea, but
Yeah.
There can only be 2 answers to it, so
yeah.
there's only 2 possibilities.
Yeah, I'll leave it there. Even my understanding is not complete.
Should we expect Dushevnaya to be playable in EN soon, or did she get added along after Swami? Dushevnaya is playable, right? But she's not tied to any major event.
Hey,
She's not playable yet on EN.
Oh, she's not playable yet? Oh, I thought I saw her.
Yushevnaya, at least on CN, and I would not be surprised if there's some variant, was after Glass Island. I think she was the first character event after Glass Island.
yeah, I think it's after.
But
If you look at the trailer.
Oh yeah, no, I meant like if she's playable already in CN. I mean,
oh yeah, on
but
CN, yeah,
she's
yeah,
not.
yeah.
She has her own character event, so she could come whenever
Oh yeah.
to EN.
I'm sorry, I'm just quickly at it. My best guess is that, assuming all these events are still canon, like I said, like everything before Glass Island basically does not exist. So we're really only like 6 months behind CN.
That's
Just to clarify that.
That's great.
I would say, yeah, we're only about really 6 months behind CN because everything before Glass Island doesn't necessarily exist except for Macchiato's event. Macchiato's event could come earlier. I don't know. Because we don't know if that one's canon, but that one actually had a story. But Dushevnaya is probably next, if I had to guess.
Yeah, because I mean, it will make sense if she shows up in the event.
Ayin also just had her event rewritten, and that's chapter 8.5. Welcome back,
Rewritten.
numbering scheme. Yeah, and
Let's go!
there's JS9.
I don't know why they gave Type 79 like a kind of a corset. Yeah, I'm
Why
not against it, but
The mod art is awesome.
I'm
The
not
good-
against it. But like,
good mod art.
damn.
Yeah.
Like speaking of Latara, you Frank asks, why is her affiliation in GF2 on? If you look on her character page, her affiliation is redacted. It doesn't say doll community.
Yeah.
I noticed that too.
I think they were trying to like lead up to like, oh, who are Suomi, Ulrid, and Latara working for? Oh, they're literally just a doll commune.
Oh, is that why?
Yeah, it's a doll community.
I guess it doesn't make sense for us because Glass Island shipped with the game.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
true. But Glass Island didn't come for a few months originally.
Yeah, they without explaining too much, and I think I actually want to discuss this real quick for others to understand. The reason I say the initial like 4 to 5 months of GFL2 don't exist is because of rewrites, drama, restructurings. You know the
So
story.
stupid.
If you know anything about GFL2's development, you understand this. Everything up until Macchiato's event was either rewritten, restructured, rebranded, or deleted outright. Macchiato's event was the first one with an actual story, and that was like 4 months into the game.
Yeah, I remember.
I don't know if we're gonna get that.
Dayan came during the release, and it wasn't even voiced. There was like nothing in it.
I mean, new Diane event, like the rewritten one, isn't voiced yet, but I mean, it's completely redone. It is itself a completely different story, and I don't really know a lot, but I know that there's some like high schizo activity going on. That's all I know.
Damn.
Yeah. This is the perpetrator. This is the one. This is the one that
That is
caused
the one.
all this trouble.
And I mean, to be fair, what we have now is probably for the best, in all honesty.
That's what I've heard. Yeah, it's actually
Yeah,
actually better off now.
Oh, from my opinion, having played day one, I will say us starting in Glass Island is the best thing they could have done.
Yeah, I feel like Glass Island was a very good start. From
This
what do you call
game would not have done as well as it did if we followed the CN order, and I mean that.
I mean, it's because
Yeah.
it's a major event. Like, there's actually things happening with it, right?
Oh,
It's-
for sure.
I'm thankful they did not start with a banner event.
I just think they
I think
should
it's
have
kinda-
the.
Oh, go
They
ahead.
should have. Oh no, sorry, just a little add on that. The only thing is that I think they should have the event up for longer, or maybe started like I don't know, maybe like a week after release or something like that.
That's
you
a
know?
week, yeah.
No, I think it's fine. I think this is perfectly fine. All the content, baby.
Shut up.
So true.
Shut
but
up.
like we missed a lot of farming rewards.
You know,
There's some
like,
good doll XP in there you
oh
need.
my goodness, I've been playing the game nonstop. I've got no life.
I mean, I just
I
finished
got a
part 2
life, man.
yesterday.
I've got no life and I've got no other gotchas. I got Wuthering Waves, but like there's nothing going on with that right now.
I got a life, man.
Yeah, I cleared.
barely-
I pretty much rushed all the way through chapter 3 to get to 4 because that's where I left off in the beta test, and then I just started the event.
Can I just say, like, as someone who's been playing Wuthering Waves since like August August when it came out, I didn't realize how much I was missing in storytelling until like GF2 came out, and a protagonist that speaks.
Yeah.
Like, every time the protagonist of Wuthering Waves talked, I was like, oh my god, they finally said like 2 words. That's amazing.
And then the commander drops like a speech.
And like, what the heck?
I want to quickly add, the commander is one of the hardest lines that he's ever dropped. Isn't it chapter 2 where Kolfne's introduced, where it's something along the lines of, if you mess with my family, I'm going to just destroy every part of your body and disassemble your neural core. Like, the commander just does not care anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, not even your narrow cloud will be salvageable. It's like, damn.
I'm going to toss you into an incinerator and there will be nothing of you left. Like, man, he does not care anymore.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, someone for the people that have played CN, someone I actually wanted to know regarding the game. Does it have like an archive or something like Nevercloud does for the events? Like, can you go and read them later or not?
Does yes, but only 2 of them so far. Which is strange, and
you know what?
How do I put this? 2 steps ahead, 1 step back.
Yeah. With the what do you call it? With the dormitories, right? There's archives in there for each character. Everything says like to be added or something, and I'm just like,
yeah,
coming soon. And I'm like, one thing like I really don't like about GF2 is that because of the rough start, so much it feels like it's still early access, which is something. It's a feeling I hate.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still adding the covenants, so.
The fact that there isn't a glossary in Codex, I think, is GFL2's most egregious mistake. Especially after seeing Ian newcomer opinions.
I just want to say, where's the Ian voice acting? Where is it? Where's the Ian voice acting? Where's the Ian voice acting? I am a
with
staunch,
what money, man? What money?
I am a staunch supporter of Ian voice acting. Like, I know it can be done, and I know it can be done well. Especially this. Because Girls Frontline, because it's like military and very Tom Clancy-esque, it lends itself well to English voice acting. So where the frick is
it would be great.
Where is it? Where?
I feel like we've been on a GFL2 tangent for a while. What are some more questions we have?
Yeah. It's inevitable.
I mean, to be fair, we're learning about GF1 for the sake of GF2. So I think it's still on topic.
Yeah, real quick, just to add before you get back to answering some questions. As far as I know, there's only 2 events that are actually available in the. I don't know if the character events are in past records. They might be. Someone on CN could clarify that to me because I haven't looked. But in terms of replaying an event, only Ian's rewritten event and Aphelion are playable. I don't know if you can actually go back and read those in like the story archive though, because I may have just forgotten about that.
Alright.
Aphelion being 416 G11 event, which is chapter 9 and chapter 10.
So yeah, a quick tangent on that for everyone asking about 416. Yeah, it's main story, chapter 9 and 10. So we still have a little time to save.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
That's not gonna be as dartboard as the rest of the events.
Yeah, Ian was never going to follow the in order, and the game probably wouldn't have been as good if we did.
I kind of hope they accelerate, but hearing you talk about how there isn't that much content because of the rewrites, it also means that we don't have to accelerate to catch up, which feels really good.
I mean, honestly, if we exclude everything up to Glass Island, I don't know if Macchiato's event will happen or not, I don't know. Anything up to that point is like the first 4 or 5 months. So we're really only like 5 or 6 months behind CN.
I like, for me, optimally, I would like the servers to at some point like align so we can all be on the same page. Because for gacha games, right, it's all about the hype around new characters and new story and like the revelations. But because CN spoils everything, it always dampens down the hype when it comes to the other servers, which is
also Rand. Oh, go ahead.
It's just a shame, I think.
Rand just asked, is it macchiato with a Q or is it macchiato as in the drink? Worth. It's macchiato with a K.
What?
It's in chat.
And a real question I have for Mika is who comes up with these names?
Apparently the canonical reason is because Law was entering the word macchiato as in the drink and then misspelled it.
And
then refused to change it, like an Xbox gamer tag.
does sound like something she will do.
Yeah,
Do you
this in
guys-
chat is how it's spelled in game.
Doc asked, "Do you guys remember Glitchland?" Yes. I still think about it from time
Yeah.
to time.
Oh, Glitchland.
Those artworks exist in some Mika vault, and we will see them one day. I hold. Here, I don't know if you want to throw this on screen real quickly.
Hmm?
Me post it. Because they're a note of Glitchland.
Mm-hmm. I'm waiting to receive
We will
it.
see these artworks
Wait.
one day.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah.
Oh,
Um,
those artworks are so good.
That's kind of a big image. We will see it one day.
Yeah. Wonder who these people are.
Even if the game no longer exists, these artworks exist somewhere on a drive, and they should be released.
Somewhere.
Mika, release the forbidden artwork.
Maybe Mika's next game is relevant to these. I don't know.
Yeah.
Who remembers GFL 2? I don't know what that game is. Sorry.
I never heard of it.
Where are we? Also, yeah, the four characters you see going from top left and then going for the first row is 416, Anna Catherine, who seemed to be a Sangviferia researcher who survived the butterfly incident or wasn't there that day, Thunder, and M870. We don't know who any of the other characters are.
Right.
M870 is the silhouette next to Thunder.
Yeah, if you don't remember who
Mhm.
that is, it's the shotgun girl with the tail.
I have another image in the group chat. There you go.
Give me a second.
There
yeah,
she
there-
is,
there she
the one
is.
and only. With the smug face.
The smug
Like I said,
face.
even if the game will never be released and there's no version of it, these artworks exist somewhere and they should be released. Even just for
Free them.
posterity. Because the art style is awesome, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
Yeah.
the art style was so good.
Let's see, I'm just scrolling back down through the chat. Are the ringleaders still alive during GF2?
God, I wish.
I assume so. We don't know. My headcanon is that like Architect and Gager are blowing up rocks for the RNC. Like rock and stone, deep rock galactic style, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That would be great. Yeah.
So Kazare is saying that Blue Archive has a lot of religious themology to its lore. Wouldn't be surprised if GFL has a similar thing.
Martha Meitner is literally based on Martha, sister of Lazarus, a man risen by Jesus on the fourth day. Just an example. The experiment to resurrect life is called the Holy Grail Project.
Let's see. Okay, Redcaps is asking, why did Persica make the rest of AR Squad that's not M4 identical but not completely Lunacia too? Dandelion said they are all imperfect, unlike M4 when it comes to being the key.
I think it might just been something along the lines of like Persica kept trying to iterate until she got to like the perfected form. And she obviously
Yeah.
had like an idea to make a team of dolls. And then M4 just ended up being like, hey, I've mastered it, I've perfected it. And then
Yeah,
you're going to be
because
this team
M4
captain.
M4 was the last one we made. No?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mercurator. I am a big fan of Sig MCX's fat fucking titties. Me too. Me too.
What a real one. I agree. Can't wait for GFL2.
But between her and VSK94, I don't know which cop is. I it's hard for me.
I mean, VSK is coming in that teaser Mika showed.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen that?
I've seen it, yeah.
Yep.
I love everyone being like mood. Real.
There's a lot.
I don't think anyone can.
Yeah.
No one can disagree.
There's a lot to argue about, but like this is something we can't deny.
Also, I guess just for the audience, I'm posting the stream screenshot of some of the new characters. There you go, in the chat.
Or if it's in your
Oh,
YouTube, it might not appear. If it's a link.
POH asks, actually speaking of, is AK-12 likely to reappear in JFL2?
I think
I'd
so.
probably say yes.
I think so.
I'd guess so.
Yeah, I think so.
I won't spoil anything from Zero Charge, but the Fi are basically like an urban legend here of dolls. I don't think they're going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't the MCX the new standard US rifle? It was approved, but like they're not really buying a lot of them, so.
I think it's the SIG MCX variant, which is the XM5 currently. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat.
No, they changed it. They changed it to XM7.
MCX beer, yeah.
Yeah.
Or the M7.
There was already a M5, so they changed it to like the M6 or 7 or something.
Yeah.
But like they haven't
US
bought.
military
they
being like,
haven't-
I love the M1.
They haven't bought very many of them because like the ammo is just kind of weird.
Yeah, as far as I know, I think I heard once that the ammunition is still incredibly expensive because the economy of scale hasn't been, you know, formed
And
yet.
also, like, you know, if you try shooting that thing, you'll punch a hole in your own shoulder. It has very heavy recoil. Like the stuff that
I think it's
the stuff that they issue is training ammo, which doesn't have the full gunpowder load.
I think it's the, I could be wrong, someone could correct me. I think it's the 101st Airborne are currently testing the weapon for the Army.
Troopers asking, why did Mordo and company seemingly abandon William, or does this get answered later?
Mordau has absolutely her own motivations, even though she's still loyal in a way to William. But she is definitely playing to her own tune.
Mm-hmm.
101st and the 82nd. Thank you, chat.
I still think it's rad that Sunborn was chill on just letting Glitchland devs go after finishing the game and leaving it unreleased without alterations.
We don't know if the game was finished.
Yeah, I've never heard anyone say that it was actually finished. I felt like they didn't have enough development time to finish it, considering how long it takes for them to do everything else. I found it very
The
unrealistic.
game just died one day.
Yeah, I found it very unrealistic that it was just finished. Yeah, there's a new IP that's just been signed, yeah.
What was the name again? The translated name at least?
Give me 1 second. Someone posted it on my server.
It's a great
It's
question.
called-
XM7 and XM250 and GFL2 went.
It's
Sorry,
called
go on.
Girls Frontline Echoes of Horizon. It's been registered.
Is that like literally just announced?
Yeah.
Like today or yesterday?
Yeah, today.
I missed that. Okay, this is my first time hearing it.
It just
Cool.
got registered.
By the way,
in
I'm
Siena,
looking
apparently.
as a chance to shill my Discord server.
Yeah, I didn't know about that. Cool. I mean, I knew they were working on a new game, but I didn't know about that. Nice.
Invite.
Sounds
I
great.
missed that.
Yeah, it was just like last night, I think. So I was like, oh yeah, they just signed like the license name for this.
What was it? Echoes of what?
Echoes
Horizon.
of Horizon.
All right. Can't believe Horizon is getting her own game. Congratulations.
Yeah.
True. I wonder if it'll be a gacha though, or if it'll just be a game.
I hope not.
Hope not to which.
No more gachas, please, please, please. There's too many gachas going on right now.
Yeah.
I mean, RC proved that at least for me, gachas are a moneymaker.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously, duh.
absolutely.
But
Mm-hmm.
if Mika wasn't constricted by how much money they could generate, like they need money, of course, from gacha to keep going.
Right.
If they weren't restricted by that and everyone bought RC, so we'd have more of that, it would be one of the best game creators probably in the world, and I mean that. Like, RC was a masterpiece in that
Mhm.
respect.
Yeah.
And it feels
Like
like
you
it's-
got what you paid for and more.
It feels like, you know, it feels like a once in a lifetime thing, right? But maybe they can
Yeah.
continue like putting out new things, because a lot of these were just ideas that have been in Yuzong's head for like, you know, ever since he was in university or something, or even before that.
Yeah.
They've just been like cooking in there, but now that they're out and he's got to like expand on it, right? Then again, the Shrike stuff was expanded. It's new stuff too. So, no. Maybe they'll be able to continue making more and more good stuff. Where will we go from here? I just know I'm looking forward
Hopefully
to
an RC2.
Please, please.
They definitely undersold RC. There is no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they definitely undersold it. They could have. I don't know if it was like lack of confidence in it or something, but like, it has to be said that there's like a certain psychology to it. If you make something expensive enough, people will be like,
Yeah.
wait, maybe there's something special going on, right?
I see what you mean. Because like a
Yeah.
$25 game, you wouldn't expect, how do I put that? You wouldn't expect an Elden Ring playtime.
Yeah. I think it might also go in the fact that, you know, it's not like your Frontline 1 and Cloud did that great
Mhm,
in the West, especially. So it's like,
I'm still,
you know, maybe they weren't as confident as being like, you know, you have our name tied to it. If we put it too pricey, will people even bother to try it?
Mhm. I'm still waiting for Seth Zintak to make a video on RC. Mark my words, this is a game that's right up his alley. I know he's gonna do it. I just don't know when.
I will shill this game forever. Also, quick question comes from... Forgive me. From Me Metal. How does LAMG remember core memories and having developed habits past several resets work? I think it's not exactly fully explained, but my best guess is that experiences still left a mark on our base layer, and that there could still be just residual data, possibly from multiple wipes. Because it's not like she actually remembers who Anjali is, assuming those parts of memories are real, which they probably are.
Mm-hmm. People
Best guess is residual data or data that's like rubbed off on the base layer. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, people are saying that Seth played the original. Yeah, I've seen it. He was marveling at
Yeah.
how, like, in the original game, on the first mission, you pick up this item and it just lore dumps you. Just drops an essay on you, and he was just, I don't know, he was very amused by that.
First line of RC has 4 lore tabs. You love to see it.
You loved. Wow, sorry. You love to say it.
Southern asks, with the massive popularity of GFL and global, in what way would you like Mika to leverage this popularity and income? RC2.
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 RC2, English voice acting, more advertisements,
To be fair,
More accessible merch.
more accessible.
To be
merch.
fair, I'd also wouldn't mind if they held off on RC2 for a few years
Yeah.
to like really put 110%, because I'm guessing RC2 would probably be like the end of the series. Not like the series ends with it, well, like the timeline, I'm guessing might end there.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they do a trilogy, because chapter 5 implications, no comment.
Yeah.
If you
there's
know
so
the
much-
line, you know.
There's so much that goes on in chapter 5.
Oh my god.
There's one line in there that kind of restructures the entire story of GFL. Recontextualizes, that's the word.
Really appreciate
Yeah,
the trend of gacha-
probably they need also to keep Gears Frontline 2 current momentum going
Yes,
as
absolutely.
well before they can think.
It's still not fully there. Like it's going smooth, but like we gotta like solidify it first. Make sure people don't leave.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I want the English voice acting.
I think GFL 2 is in a pretty good spot currently. I mean, it is, but it remains to be seen how they treat it from here.
Really appreciate the trend of gacha devs using money from gacha to make actual. Are there any other studios that actually do that?
Shift Up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Stellar Blade.
Stellar
The
Blade.
Nika developers made Stellar Blade.
Okay, no, that was pretty good. I like that.
I feel like there was one more off the top of my head. I can't remember. They're asking me what that line is. I'm not going to answer that in the group chat here. All I'm gonna say is, I guess if this is the implication, if you've played Cartesian Theater and know what Artini Henry said, you might have an idea. No comment, nothing further. Let's move on, and I ask the chat, do not discuss this.
Oh yeah, I did it with X Asterisk as well, but X Asterisk is a mobile game, so.
Reddit Caps asks, why does 416 feel so emotionally attached to Shiki-kan? We almost never interact with her. Hell, we interacted more with 45 than anyone else.
I think that's a mix of just her character, but also like, you know, a bit of fan service thrown in.
Yeah, she's just really popular, of course.
Yeah.
I know because
but the
you
thing is that
stream
she
every time she's mentioned.
Yes. But I think it's mostly a thing of like that she just really wants to be recognized and brought back to Griffin during the Gears Falling 1 storyline. And
She doesn't really have a
she just
lot of
kind of
places
shows
to
that.
go.
Yeah, she just kind of shows that by getting attached to Commander very weirdly. But as I said,
Another
I think
note
that's
is, like-
also a bit of just people being to like, oh yeah, some people love like a clingy character, let's make one. And it was her.
She's got,
Herodias also want her dead, so that helps to drive her to us.
she's got issues, and Shiki-kan was nice to her. Guys, she's a sad girl, and if you're nice to her, she'll like you. Just like your favorite VTuber. If you're nice to her, she'll like you. I believe
That
it.
easy? I didn't know.
It's that easy. It's that easy. It's not that easy. It's not. Take it from a sad boy. It's not that easy. Bisa, probably unpopular opinion. I don't like the changes they made to 416 and Klukai's legacy skin. Me neither. I don't like it. I think the old one. I think the old one was kind of classy. This new one is a little bit too much for me.
The legacy skin, the kind of like Evangelion one. Yeah. Yeah, same.
I mean, I think it's alright, but it's not my favorite skin in any way in GFL 2.
I prefer the other one she has.
So
can we consider 40?
Doc. I was gonna say, Doc asks, why is 416 the favorite Amiga? I don't know. Just the favorite of the entire fan base by numbers alone.
Money, yeah.
People like
money.
People like girls like that, I guess.
She's the money maker.
416 is not my type, but you know who is my type? 40. People can.
What was the 40 question?
Can we still consider 40 as her own being, or is she more akin to an entity like Dandelion?
Dandelion.
Yeah, Dandelion.
Yeah, I'd say.
40 OGAS, like just for the audience who may not know, inside of UMP45's Neural Cloud, she has her own OGAS entity. An OGAS entity is a artificial intelligence, quote unquote, because it's not exactly artificial. That is born from the Paraplui virus. We have an idea, but even the idea that we have is 10 times more confusing. And honestly, they haven't explained it at all in GFL 1 since. But
yeah,
all that's extraneous. back to the original note, or superfluous. This OGAS entity inside UMP-45's mind, NeuroCloud, takes the form of UMP-40 because it's acting upon her memories and longing for UMP-40. It's not UMP-40, but it's an OGAS entity that's sort of
like recreating it just based off of
Yeah.
like, what's in there.
yeah, based on the image.
Basically,
Mhm.
It's not UMP-40.
UMP-45 wants to see 40, therefore 40 exists in her mind.
Mm-hmm.
My ancient alien AI Tulpa is playing memories of my dead friend.
Woohoo!
Yeah, the entire subject of Parapluvian OGAS is a whole other subject we can get into, which
Yeah.
Mika actually hasn't explained nearly anything about since chapter 13, which is wild
true.
considering that was 10 plus events ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they haven't really gone into that as much. They haven't really explained it too much. We just kind of get it from like context clues and what happens.
I'm sorry.
Just kind
I'm
of
sorry.
get
However,
an
40
idea.
OGAS exists,
I'm sorry.
and
I'm
40
sorry.
OGAS is probably coming. Sorry.
UMP-40. This outfit is just like such a girlfriend outfit. It's just
She looks so cute.
They're good skins, yeah.
I love the
It's so
skins.
good. It's so good.
But yeah,
Yeah,
I saw
the
there's
original
rumors
UMP
of.
Oh, go ahead.
I saw there's apparently it could be that a UMP-40 OGAS is coming.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I saw that
I
too.
assume she is. We know there's some. I don't recall the exact file. There is some line about UMP-45 meeting with Persica in GFL2 to discuss extracting UMP-40 gas from her mind.
Oh.
Oh ho ho!
Oh.
I hope they don't just like this isn't just like a cop out. Just say like, hey, we have UMP-40 back, and then we'd never address that she's not UMP-40 at all. She's some interdimensional AI invader.
You make her sound malicious, but like 40 gas has never done anything bad.
Oh yeah, I mean like OGAS is just kind of goofy.
Kinda-
I don't know if that's the right word.
No, I
Yeah.
take that. I take
But you-
goofy.
Goofy is a word. Dandelion is definitely goofy. No one's
Yeah.
gonna doubt that.
Mm-hmm.
UMP-40
We love
OGAS did say when she saw how Dandelion performed, if only I had power like that.
Mhm.
Yeah, I remember that. I was like, if only. Imagine we had two OGASes back in Gears Frontline 1.
Mhm.
Albeit Dandelion has like eaten everyone else, but I don't know. 40 can still evolve.
Yeah. Has like
But
you know
imagine
the,
this.
the most
It's-
powerful hacking ability in all of the universe, and just decides to fuck off to the beach.
She's so real for that.
Most powerful computer intelligence in the world. Draws markers on STAR-15's face when she's sleeping.
Oh, I love that they made a sprite for that with like her face on the screen.
Oh yeah. I think Dandelion still has like 8 immunity chances. Maybe those will stretch into GFL too.
True.
Do
If
you
you didn't use it during those 10 years.
Did they redesign 45 with long hair? Yeah. In GF2, she's got long
I
hair. and
think
short hair.
I think they might be 2 different bodies.
Probably.
I haven't read the full lore, but I think they're 2 different bodies.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too because the new design they showed, you know, I'm like it probably has like sort of a combat body and like whatever other body that has the short hair.
Yeah.
I do wish we get like a short hair skin or something though. I really like her with short hair.
Hmm.
My only guess is that this may not be right. Like I said, I haven't read the full lore. That long-haired UMP-45 is like the GFL-1 like body that she uses in NoFam, the Non-Military Forces Administration, and the short-hair one is like every day.
Mm.
Mm-mm.
I
Southern
see.
says GF1 is notorious for its extremely slow burn chapter 10, where it picks up. How long do you think the slow burn for GFL2 is? I know Hakia is not happy with this long slow burn.
Have you finished chapter 6 or not?
No, I think I finished chapter 5, but not. No, am I still on 5?
Because I mean, I know I have
haven't
my
started 5
cousin.
yet, no.
My cousin caught up, like he finished everything up to chapter 6 and the event.
Yeah, I haven't done 5. or
Yeah,
I
6
mean,
yet.
all the only
way
reaction he sent
behind.
me was like that meme of Sheldon being like, "I don't need sleep, I need answers." So, so I'm guessing something might happen.
Yeah, I'm way behind in that context because as soon as I got to 4, I just shifted to completing the event.
Yep.
But I do know generally what happens in the upcoming chapters.
So it might not take that long then, in that perspective, probably.
I was gonna say, I know chapter 4 onwards is like when things actually happen, like this main story of, I won't go into specifics, but like Helena. That whole debacle starts obviously being the central theme.
Well, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've heard Diane's rewritten event is like, oh, we're back to Mika insanity.
Oh,
Let's go.
let's go.
And I've heard chapter 8's really good as well. And I know kind of, like I said, no spoilers, but I've heard chapter 8's solid in that respect too, especially in regards to everyone's favorite blue hair, totally not put your gun in your face.
I see.
416 is great on my Chinese maps. I can use her Chinese voice to tell me directions. 11 out of 10.
Oh yeah, they did a collab with a map thingy, and you can use
Oh, yeah.
416's voice. I found that very funny.
Okay, so 416 makes sense. But why is the crazy nurse Mika's favorite?
Oh,
Why-
real quick,
why is
Aphelion
Florence-
is also very well received. Sorry.
Why is Florence so well received inside of Mika?
I think we all know the answer to this.
Oh no, I'm an innocent boy. I got no clue.
I
Well,
think
then
you
you
gotta
should
go to
keep that
Ultra Life to
innocence.
find out. Stay away from Ultra Life offices.
Mm-hmm.
No, I've got like a horrible history with the medical field, with the health industry, in this country and in other countries, but especially in this country, in Canada. So yeah, I think pharmaceuticals not my thing. All I gotta say is like those memes about Canadian healthcare are true.
You know,
Oh.
speaking of random dolls in different professions and healthcare, it occurred to me a few months ago, we still don't have a dentist doll.
True.
Oh no.
Yeah, the dentist
I
doll is
know.
gonna have like the worst like existential
never know.
crisis.
You never know when Mika is listening.
It might be in here right now.
You never know.
I don't want to see it. I don't want Colgate.
Fast forward 3 months from now, next neural cloud lol is a dentist doll. You will know
just-
the culprit.
Dentist doll falls open an enemy. Says something like, "You wouldn't bleed if you flossed." True.
Can dolls don't grow out their hair, so do they just swap wigs or go to barbers?
They do not, correct.
That's
I was gonna say they just change hairstyles, or
Mhm.
I assume it's like some kind of synthetic hair that's like planted in there, or a wig, or
I mean, if they
some
can
sort.
if they can apply like new synthetic skin anytime they're damaged, I can assume they can replace their hair.
Yeah.
Because we have a Tony in PNC is actually a hairstylist. He's a barber. But, like, he cuts human hair that grows. Is Omoko secretly Mika's CEO? You know too much.
Secretly? What do you mean secretly?
You know too much.
Secretly.
We all know that it's we all know that Omoko and Porafree totally aren't responsible for all art products in the past year and a half. They totally haven't been playing the long game. Quick question before I answer this one. How far are you guys in the Glass Island event?
I finished it.
I have not finished part 1. I'm like close to the end of part 1.
Okay.
I just fought the creepy doll for the first time.
Oh yeah, you're like right at the end. Yeah, from Reddit Caps he asks, isn't it messed up that DP12, probably named Helena, left behind KSVK, even now losing her memories a second time? Maybe. If you read one of my recent lore threads, you'd have an idea that I think that Helena may have gone to work for either what's his name? Lucas something. I can't remember the Lucas group. Troy Lucas, that's it. Or nice guy's hairline. Troy Lucas, or she's now working for Mengi Security Service. You're going to learn more about Mengi in the future chapters.
Boy's hairline.
Am I secretly Yu Zhang? No comment.
Why did GFL IRL collab with the United Nations known as Rosartrists?
Making GFL 2 real.
You know, the the brave new world is inevitable. You might as well get on their good side.
True.
Are third gen dolls in GF2 the same as Ro, who should be the first third gen doll? Is there more
Roy's not
to
a third gen doll
dolls than no base commands, or we still don't know?
So the specifics aren't there, but oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, it's just that to begin with, a lot of people seem to have the wrong concept of like Ro being a third gen doll. She's not. She is mentioned to be what could be like the prototype for a third gen doll, but she's not one herself.
I mean, technically by definition she is third gen, but she's not like from the third gen, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I guess I should say, to clarify for everyone, I feel I mentioned earlier, doll technology is better defined by neural cloud generations. Like Gen 1 neural cloud, Gen 2 onwards. We have no idea what's going on with 5th gen neural clouds. But we do have 3rd gen neural clouds, and the ones in GFL 2, I mean, they call them 3rd gen dolls, so I assume they have 3rd gen neural clouds, but they, as far as I know, they haven't gone into specifics of like their neural activity yet.
5th gen is, they talk about it in RC, is that 5th gen exists in RC. But they don't, they never show any.
Look at the document.
Yeah,
there's a strange lack of dolls in RC, but there's a very good reason why they may not be there.
Oh. I'm actually curious about that. Is it something you
So
can
this
say?
This is a spoiler for chapter 2. Everyone okay with that?
We've both done chapter 2. But oh, wait.
I was gonna say,
I mean,
Most people seem to be stuck in chapter 3 alongside with me, so.
yeah.
I will say this is a spoiler for chapter 2. If you really don't want to hear anything, like everyone in the audience, like cover your ears. I'll give you like 5 seconds. Yeah, so the reason we don't really see dolls, it seems to be in the area of Williams' operations, is that he hates dolls. He's terrified of them because one ripped his arm off.
Oh right, they mentioned
Yeah,
that.
I get that. I see.
I
There's
forgot
chapter
about that.
2. I won't go into too much further details because there's more, but
I'm so glad.
yeah, that happened.
I'm so glad he has trauma.
He may have like made a request because he's so high up to say, hey, there are going to be no dolls near me.
I wonder who it was.
I wonder.
So real quick, because I opened the RC glossary here real quick. In 2092, the vast majority of dolls have been upgraded to 6th generation doll technology, featuring carbon-based biomimetic epidermal coverings, carbon fiber skeletons, and a 5th gen neurocloud system running on the 4th generation of the Xenor protocol and a self-evolved tree-shaped network AI configuration. It is a lot of words.
It's a lot of words.
Essentially, we're on 5th gen neurocloud tech now, and I don't even know what that's like.
No, and the center protocol is still around then.
I asked the chat not to spoil anything about RC or convolutional kernel.
So they used SF Tech in their clouds. I guess so.
I assume because tree... Oh, where is it? Self-evolved tree-shaped network AI is, it's the exact same network structure as OGAS. The exact same. That isn't to say it is OGAS, but that network structure is OGAS, and it's very strange how often tree-shaped network is mentioned across the series, because you have OGAS, the SF OGAS protocol, and you have entropy. Entropy functions, interestingly, exactly like OGAS.
I actually don't know what entropy is.
Oh, PNC. AI virus.
Yeah, the entropy virus.
Yeah. AI virus in Mag.
I'm sorry, I have PTSD about the glopping noises that they make. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand it. Like the.
Tree networks absolutely exist, yes, but it's interesting. Yeah, I understand they exist, but it's interesting how often they are used in the context of this series. Because entropy functions exactly the same as parapluvio gas.
Which is very curious.
It's very curious.
It is very, very curious. I have a strong feeling that entropy is OGAS.
That would be great.
Define and explain the capability of a neurocloud Gen 1 to 5. We don't even know. We haven't been shown any examples outside of Gen 3. We're barely shown Gen 3.
The only thing we know is that at some point in time, neurocloud started to be able, to be backed up.
Yeah. According to
that's it.
neurocloud Gen Tech, Gen 1s essentially are like they take commands and they do them. There is very little autonomy. Second gen they possess autonomy. They can learn.
They have personalities.
Can iterate. Yeah, they have personalities. Third gens their base layers are empty. There are no deterministic blueprints or command codes. So any AI evolution is facilitated by their own accord. Is of their own accord. Fourth and fifth gen, I don't know. Aliens, I don't know.
Aliens.
probably something to do with relic technology again.
Yeah, oh yeah, I mean, doll technology is just fundamentally relic tech at this point.
Yeah, Nostromo's theory is that all the tech is just ripping off the alien server where M4 and Lunasia merge happened.
Big if true. I mean, Lunasia's soul may have been in the spring, I don't know. I know that sentence makes no sense to most people.
It's just aliens, man. Don't think too hard about it. It's just aliens.
Yeah, fourth and fifth gen is probably smaller details, Mirage says. Probably the case. But at the same time, each generation also represents like a massive leap in doll technology.
Oh,
I'm not exactly sure.
Here's a good question. They probably explore about it in PNC. Has there been any space exploration?
Virtually.
Barely.
I don't think the space race happened, or not quite as much as it did IRL. So, there's like satellites and such, but
yeah.
Because of the advent of relic weapons during the first Cold War, both NASA and the Soviet space programs were, or I should say space programs worldwide, not necessarily just the Soviet space program, kind of shied away from the space race and focused more on the development of relic technologies terrestrially.
Yeah, as someone
So-
mentioned during my stream, it was more of a relic race, more than
Yeah.
a space race.
They may have gone to the moon eventually, but they did not go to the moon during Apollo 11. And then, with Balin Island in World War III, the disruption to the satellite network is heavily implied to have caused a Kessler syndrome event. Which is, for those of the unfamiliar, this is a cascading event in which two or more objects collide in orbit, and the debris field that's generated creates a cascading impact of reactions. If you're familiar with the fission reaction, it's like that on a macro scale, and it just keeps going until no more collisions happen by coincidence, or everything's destroyed.
Yeah. So basically, like, one satellite hits another, and then they keep on breaking and hitting other satellites until there's no more satellites left.
Yeah, isn't it
Yeah,
actually
it's-
mentioned at some point during this Frontline 1? Might have been a side story or like a dual story that mentions
the
something about too
Kepler
much space
syndrome is-
debris.
Yeah, it's just an implication. It's never directly 100% outright said, but it's heavily implied that space is... I mean, we still have satellites. Like, those are still active, but I imagine they're less than what we have now.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, and in Neural Cloud they have like a whole sector dedicated to like virtually like simulating a
Yeah.
universe and exploring that.
Yeah, Jutian,
Exactly,
I think
because
that's how you pronounce it.
they can't really do it in real life.
Yeah, that's where, for Project NeuroCloud, to test a simulation of the solar system, and for Svarog's own projects, they tested in Jutian sector, and two of the NeuroCloud dolls that eventually made their way there were Jingwan and Yuang, who were both from Svarog Heavy Industries East Asia Division, i.e. their China division.
Another Svarog W.
Mm-hmm.
Massive win to Jingwan.
Kitsy Go Brr. If I tell you guys I'm 95% sure Helena's JPVA is Chica from Love is War, would you be able to unhear it?
I would need to hear it.
Yeah, I will need to hear them like side to side. I don't remember.
I would need to hear this to see if I can unhear it. The one role I do know off the top of my head is that female commander has the same voice as the current Japanese Ada Wong voice in the new Resident Evil remake.
Oh. Nice. I haven't looked into the voice actors actually. I should do that at some point.
There's really not there's almost nothing on voice actors.
Yeah, there's no credits.
Also, from Mosin Gone 1891, I believe this is the Mosin man himself. This Ferrari face reveal is wild. I never expected him to be an actual Ferrari. Now the secret's out. Now you know.
Now you
Hello,
know.
Mosin man.
Breaking news. Ferrari has a voice and he's a car.
So true. I also have like the body of William, apparently.
Or do you? It's shadowed. We can't know for sure.
Yeah. Do you still have your arm?
I mean, I think they're both intact.
For how long? Maybe you should watch out for any rogue dolls out there in the future.
Well, I have at least a decade until the first major dolls start rolling out. I think it's kind of funny that Irma is almost sort of a grandma of all dolls. She's one of the first major humanoid dolls to ever be made.
Mm-hmm.
True. The grand of those. The cutest doll.
true.
Yeah, that's
The
kind of.
cutest doll. Yeah, Hakia, you haven't read Summer Garden of Forking Paths, but if there's ever an event you could at least read that you can still read in a vacuum, it's that one.
Oh, okay.
If you want to talk about Girl at the Bakehouse getting then Yuzhong's knife, that would be the one.
Okay. I'll check it out.
Mm-hmm.
Would you buy a doll?
That
if they
one,
existed?
honestly-
What model?
I'll just quickly add it. You can enjoy Summer Garden in a vacuum, even though obviously it's better to read in an order. But
Yeah.
Summer Garden can still kind of be read in a vacuum.
I've seen some notes of it, and I'm actually really interested in it because it's like it's so removed from everything else.
It's my favorite Chapter 15 event so far. I haven't read
It's so
Convolution,
good.
although.
It's so good.
What was the original
First of
question
all, your
being asked?
mother.
First of all, your mother.
Would you buy a doll if they existed, and what model? That seems like
This
a
just goes
PNC
back to like, what is your favorite doll?
That seems like a PNC
Yeah.
question. Could you afford it?
No.
Definitely
No.
not. Actually, Kuro kind of like didn't they just kind of dump her? I
Yeah.
feel like.
You can probably
Some of
go
them,
pick her
yeah.
up from the trash.
I say like Betty was a stray doll.
Betty's a stray doll. Yeah. I could pick up my favorite, my Oshi, off the streets. She just needs a
But
good.
I love when I
She just
read,
needs an internet connection and a good PC.
I love when I read some of the doll stories and they're like, oh yeah, this person requested like a custom made doll with these specs and whatnot to do this and that. And I'm like, damn, how rich must this person be?
Also, I see Nim in the chat. Thanks for being here. I love your art. Anyways, just quickly, he adds, you will spend a fortune on a doll and you will get Scar H instead of. It's true. For reference, Hakia, in Eclipses and Sorrows, there's a character named Cheryl. She ordered a doll from the Fox Sisterhood, and she was originally like ordering like a friend service made doll. And in the meantime, in the warehouse, Amerith, who is Scar H, threw the old one out, and as her way to find a way out, just stuck herself inside the box and just ended up becoming Cheryl's doll. But because Amerith kind of looks like Cheryl's description, Cheryl did not suspect anything unusual at first.
It was great. I mean, my sister would consider that as a win if it happened to her because she loves Amaris.
Until it became increasingly clear that, like, oh, this doll is like 10 years old, out of updates, ERP, and constantly needs power, and like literally like destroying her electric bill with how much energy she needs. If this in chat.
That's just I don't know, cause in PNC, right? You have those skins where you you know, those unboxing skins, right? They come like dolls literally come in a box. Like it's like a giant Barbie doll box, basically, right? With all the plastic
So
wrap.
if you check the chat, that's what I talk about with Amaris.
It's so comical that like a doll will just like that a doll will just, you know, find a box and chuck out the old doll, put herself in there.
So there's a free doll somewhere in the trash out there, guys.
Gotta go digging. Free doll at a
Oh my god.
low amount of labor?
Unit
Splendid.
287. Hume was a cuck and delusional. Only good thing he done is selling off his knowledge from Nirvana. Oh my
I mean, he had his problems. I don't know if I'd go that far.
Yeah.
Wasn't Undyne also abandoned? She was like, they did not just abandon
Correct.
her. They like threw her in the trash and like were getting to like turn her into scrap metal.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they threw Undine and the band members into the landfill, and they were going to be literally shredded into pieces for scrap. Moral of the story: don't play for the British royal family.
Mm-hmm. I bet it was Griffin.
The non-zero chance Griffin may have been in contact with the Undine.
I'm sure
The
there's a lot
chance
of
isn't
tidbits.
zero.
There is, yeah, exactly. There is a non-zero chance She might have been in contact with Griffin, Mr. Griffin Lyons himself.
Because it doesn't say, all right, another example of PNC. It doesn't actually say where they are, but it's probably Britain because we see Big Ben in the Ultimate Animation, and there's a royal family. Everyone's dressed regally. Probably the UK.
Don't work for the
There's
royal.
a king. Like the Kingsmen. Yep.
The few instances where dumpster diving is profitable thing. The industrial like scrapping machines are like a thing from Nightmares. Just think like a Roomba. Just think an industrial grinder Roomba.
Throw this one on screen. There it is. There you go.
Thank you. Oh god, the PTSD is coming
Here.
back. Oh gosh.
They're doing this to me tomorrow.
Oh god, that CG.
Yeah.
That's something else. Love and hope, everyone.
Oh, an orchestra doll. What is it going to be about? Music, fun, Christmas? Oh.
Oh. If anyone doesn't understand the love and hope meme, by the way, it's a line from a Mika video, where Yu Xiong says something about like, oh, we make stories, or stories are centered around love and hope, or something like that, and then you play your Frontline and it's just depression.
I don't recall the exact source, but it is. Mika's leaned into it 100%. I mean, even the one of the recent attachments for GFL 2's first anniversary is a pill with a knife on it saying like love, I think.
It was, I think I remember it was something about they went and read like forums saying about like reading stories that people made about like what happened to dolls, and stuff like that, and they were like, "Whoa, like everything was so dark," and they were like, "Why will everything be so dark? Like our stories are not like that. We make stories full of love and hope, something like that."
Yeah. It wasn't even. It wasn't even that sad.
It was the several cheeky cons from GFG on. It was a GFG thread on VG where they were discussing like the absolute darkest paths for the dolls post GNK.
Oh,
and
I
even
remember
Yuzhong
this.
saw that and said like, look, we write tough stories, but we don't write that hard.
Yeah.
We didn't put that much suffering in the story.
Yeah.
I think that was the quote.
Actually, I think I have
That
a
is quote
screenshot of that somewhere.
what he said. We didn't put that much suffering in it. But then I think he took that personal.
Yeah, they're still suffering, but like compared to some of the horror stories in that thread, it's a manageable amount of suffering. Toadman says, "Yeah, that's a way."
An important balance.
I'm convinced he took it as a challenge. Yeah, he probably did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
There
that's
it
the
is.
image.
Yeah, they were talking about how like all the dolls met their end after they got abandoned. And some of them were just like needlessly sad. It's like, oh my lord.
The DSR one is one of the ones ever.
I like the fan meme that DSR is a comedian.
Oh yeah, I think Keon drew one of the arts once.
That's
Because there's, in the expedition, I think I've quoted it a few times, DSR 50 tells a joke. Nobody laughs.
was it. We didn't even put that much suffering in stories. The players came up with that all on their own.
You heard it from the man himself.
He says as if every Chapter 15 event so far hasn't had at least one love and hope moment. It's
At
not
the
a
very
joke.
least.
Every single Chapter 15 event has a knife in some manner.
Anyway, SVD is dead.
Anyway, SBD is dead. Yeah, I can't believe they killed off SBD like that.
Wait, really?
We're gonna
I
leave you in the
won, like-
contaminated zone. You'll be found at some point.
I hope we find her at some point. I really like SBD.
Wasn't one of the idols executed while on stage? Huh?
I think I heard something about this. I haven't read this story yet, but if I recall correctly, and this is just like a side material, like the Dusty Memories, I think Starkery and Vepley were performing together, and someone just shot Starkery while he was performing, and Vepley had to keep the show going.
Damn.
Someone can clarify that for me, because I haven't read it myself. But I think that's what happened.
Damn. It's a hard crowd.
Sharky was a straight up shot on a stage. Damn.
Damn.
Sounds almost like a Family Guy skit thing.
So yeah, they really took that personal.
Yeah, that image is relevant.
Always. So yeah, that's why you probably hear, if you're a new player, that's why probably you see veteran players constantly memeing with like love and hope and love and hope.
I want the bunny event. Where's the bunny girls? Nikki had a bunny girls event. Where's ours?
We
I mean,
did
we just
have
had a
the-
skin batch.
Yeah, the skins.
No, but like it has to be an event.
And when
I
about
want,
what?
I want to be fawned over by bunny girls.
I see.
Somehow this would end with like a house exploding or something.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone remembers Butterfly in a Cocoon. Like that ended nicely. Everyone involved.
Yeah. Yeah, very
Ack.
nicely.
Plot foiled Spark the Cooking Oil 50.
I want our CEO to be assassinated. He's not gonna be assassinated. More race queen soon? Mm-hmm. Alright, seems we've gone for quite a long time. Does anyone have any more questions about the lore?
I was gonna say, if we want to focus on some lore questions here at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I feel like we've gone over quite a bit.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, there is so much we could discuss. I know we can keep going on for hours.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, no.
Chapter 5 of Reverse Collapse is something I look forward to someday. I don't want to spoil it for anyone.
You will enjoy it if anyone plays it for the first time. Tell someone who has, because they will immediately be interested in watching your reaction.
Yeah. Okay, since independent dolls exist, would you call dolls second-class citizens or closer to serfs?
Second class.
Second class.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I kept reminding people yesterday also. Remember that, I mean, the commander is known for treating the dolls very well and treating them as family. But that is not the case for most of the world.
And join the Separate King as family.
Like, doll abuse is pretty normal.
Yeah.
Reese's event, I won't spoil too much, but the commander, or I should say professor, assumes the role of another commander in the story. Not like the commander, but we're assuming the role of another commander in Centaur Reese's memories. And without saying too much, Centaur Reese basically immediately knows that we are not that commander in her memories. Because we are way kinder to dolls than what she remembers.
Mm-hmm. And there's that instance also of Supbot breaking a woman's arm by accident.
Just a
Oh,
little
yeah.
fun.
Just a little bump. You know,
because
the hand kind of went swinging the other way. And
the woman was getting
kind of got bent in a shape it's not usually supposed to be. It's kind of like a slinky.
Because the woman tried to slap her or something because she was mad at them because they were just kind of sitting around and they're like, what are a bunch of dolls being here? Like, go somewhere else.
You may have angered a doll, but now you've angered a slightly psychotic military android.
Yeah, it makes
She
me
just
wonder
didn't control her strength.
how tough your regular doll bodies are, because like, if they're made of metal, you know, slapping that thing probably is not gonna end very well for your palm regardless.
Also, from Nostromo, any word on the fate of Nidos in Onwards. So, the technology still exists. I can't really spoil anything more, but this technology has been made, like, it's out of Pandora's box. It may not be necessarily what we are familiar with, but this technology is out of the box. That's all I'm gonna say. I actually want to touch into this real quick, sorry. From POH, apologies. Did you ever mention Alion and Anna at the end of Slow Shock? This is a very interesting subject because I think Alion is one of the... I haven't read Convolutional yet, let me clarify. Aliana, the last thing we saw her was her diving into the Lake of Cognition. The last person she encountered was the memories of Anna. Not like Angie, but just like a fragment of memory consciousness of her. The last time we saw Aliana was diving to the bottom of the Lake of Cognition to deactivate the Evangel Axis. For any of those that are unaware, the Evangel Axis is a machine that's inside the Lake of Cognition to essentially entrap memories in there so they can't leak into subconsciouses in our world. It essentially keeps them isolated. It essentially it keeps the vault closed, so to speak. But Aliana turned that off. We have no idea what happened to Aliana when she turned it off. But later, other characters returned to the lake, and now there's a gateway that leads out of the lake. We don't know what happened to Aliana. It seems like it's written as if she's dead, but I don't believe that because I think it's the laziest death in the entire game if she's actually dead.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either because they rarely write deaths like that it's just like, oh yeah, they're gone now because it happens so fast and like it had almost no impact.
Aliana, if she's actually gone, I think it's genuinely the laziest death in the series, and I mean that. Which makes me think, like, there's more to this. The fact that there's a gateway at the bottom of the lake tells me there could be something more.
And they do mention that her body's unresponsive, though. They seem to believe that her neurocloud got fried, whether it happened or not, or it was just because she dived into the lake of cognition. I don't know, but we know that her body, at least, is, like, not functioning at the moment.
This leads to some really funky discussion, like, did Aliana enter Nirvana? We will see.
We will see.
Yeah, Nirvana always seemed like something that was like really, you know, so out there, so impossible. But like, towards the late end of GF, it seems like so many characters are, if not there, then like pretty close, right?
It's
because like
it's definitely the overall, like, how do I put this? It's like the overall foundation of this entire series.
Yeah, but like the whole of RC is about that, right? The entire plot of RC is about that, so it kind of takes away from it if they actually like get so close in GF1. So it's very interesting.
I sort of see what you mean, but even in GFL1, they don't really touch on it all that much. I mean, Cartesian is the only one.
Yeah, they just kind of touch upon it on the fact that, you know, it's here and it's a thing that is happening.
It's sort of like the end goal of all relic science. Like, how do we get here? Because it seems like relic science understands this place exists, but almost no one understands what it is. I also get the feeling the precursors did not create it. Sorry, go on.
Oh, no, I was gonna say, I think it's also kind of used as a thing of being like, oh, this is why Commander has been so lucky, you know, kind of like survive all these things that other people wouldn't have.
Yeah. Trying to look a few other questions here. If you guys have a question you want to answer, go ahead.
Why did we become separated from Kalina again? Felt like we were inseparable. You will learn this in the final event of GF1.
Yes.
You mean like, yeah, why we got separated initially, or why did we separate at the end of Gears Online 1? Because there's
Initially-
two different questions.
Yeah, initially it's because she's in the hospital right now, and like we have no bearing to what's going on there as the commander.
Basically, she got infected by Elid. So
Yeah.
she's stuck in
Yeah.
the hospital.
And we still haven't gotten, at least on the end, we still haven't gotten any closure on that when we see a Paradeus agent going into her hospital room, right?
Well,
Yes.
I guess since she's in the second
You mean
game, we
like-
can just assume she got better.
Yeah.
Or did she?
I didn't even know she was sick. Also, from Doc asks, Pulse Security Services, do they have any relevance? Yes. Most Nagant, Papasha, and Castenia all work for Pulse 03 Public Security. They all work in the one city.
Yeah. There's an anecdote in Dusty Memories where independent dolls were fighting over charging stations. Your doll's an EV.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense.
Their batteries
They're limited
explode.
spaces. I mean, it might have happened once. You never
Probably
know.
happened a few times.
Yeah.
A little dark, but kind of funny. Do we meet Mei Ling late in GFO1 or something? We in the original lore, we rescued Mei Ling in either 2065 or 2066. So not in GFO1.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
Is the
see.
commander in favor or against the RNC? Kind of in a middle, not like, how do I put this? They're an idealist in the sense that they believe the world should still come together. However, I think the commander understands that the URNC's methods are only going to lead humanity down the same path eventually.
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
it's still a good thing to at least promote like reconciliation and unity.
Yeah, he just doesn't believe in regulating society with computers and AI and like
Yeah.
basically
Yeah,
you know,
and, like-
societal control.
And
An
they
idealist.
accept that they're doing good in like with the purification projects and all that.
But he's definitely got an issue with the walls.
Yeah.
Then again, like, you know, Shiki-Kan was, from what we know already, is that he lived most of his life in the yellow zones, if not all of his life. So there's a time
Oh,
span where
dude.
Commander is just alone in the Elmo. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems to be that maybe, well, I don't know when Groza was found, but as far as the implication seems, it's just the commander on Elmo for maybe upwards of a year.
Yeah,
Fun times.
Just one man in his giant 20-meter tall mobile base.
Lots of space.
I could also see him just like parking it somewhere and then just using the Jeep to drive around the area.
Probably.
How does nobody take it? It doesn't really have defenses.
That is a good point. Like, how exactly did we operate it as one person?
Willpower.
We don't know exactly when we found Groza, but we know the order is we found Groza, we found Mei Ling, we found Nemesis, we found Krolik. I think that's the order.
Was the lake ever mentioned in RC? I don't believe so.
It is not.
How do you guys feel about M4 becoming Lunacia in Cartesian theater?
I think the series has the direction of Lunasia you will see has completely reshaped the story in a new direction. I know that's a completely meaningless sentence. Kind of hard to explain when we haven't got to Angular Gyrus yet.
I guess if you had expectations, then they would have been completely shifted.
I will say I don't think the direction of Eliza, at least of all characters, was the right way for what Mika did.
No, what would you have rather happened?
I just get this feeling that at the end of chapter 13, Eliza had a sort of reconciliation moment, especially with her Ogath being assimilated into Dandelion, that in a way she sort of lost that drive to reach Nirvana. That it's kind of strange for her to be just suddenly so adamant on becoming perfect again, when that fragment of her that brought her there no longer exists.
Ah, so like she should have just like done her own thing after that.
Yeah, and to be fair, I also think Cartesian, I mean, it's obviously written to be confusing, there is no doubt about that, but I feel like that wasn't the best route that could have been written for.
Yeah, no, Eliza was kind of all over the place in some senses.
I genuinely wonder. Oh, go ahead.
No, as you mentioned that, like at first it looked like she had given up, but then she's still stuck with the idea of wanting to become like the perfect AI, and it's like, huh?
Yeah. I get the feeling Mika either, I don't want to say they forgot what they were going to do with her, but they just didn't really have a direction. Because if you go back to the Poincar Recurrence interview, there's actually a discussion with one of the writers where they leak what could happen in the next winter event. That winter event being Fixed Point. It wasn't released yet, but they make a reference to M16 is doing blank, while Eliza is doing blank. The thing is, once M16's back in our world, Eliza's already gone.
Yeah.
Which means Eliza would have been active, but she's not anymore. Meaning that entire interview answer cannot be true.
I feel like it happened a lot with like some things in the like early chapters, you know, with.
Well, you know, they probably have to, you know, these
With,
chapters
like,
probably go through multiple revisions, right? So
Yeah.
sometimes maybe even the writers themselves are like a little bit confused about what they decided as the finished chapter.
I feel it happens a lot more with stuff that comes from the early chapters, like chapter 1 through 6, which supposedly like there were like a lot of low light plot points. I don't know how true that is, but that's what I've heard.
Plot points. The curse.
That's what I've heard, so I presume that's why I feel like some stuff from like the very early on chapters, there was a point in time where they really didn't know where to take them.
Yeah. Like
M16 even for a while. M16 even for a while felt like they didn't know what to do with her until now.
So M16's characters finally make sense after
Yeah.
a few years, but
Yeah.
one tangent that's never been explained that's kind of interesting from those days is that Stop 2 and Row were built with firewalls to resist Ogath. Meaning Persicaria must have known about Paraplui at some point to place those firewalls in place. So they couldn't be infected from M4, M16, and Star.
True.
That was never explained.
True.
Don't worry, I think the writers probably forgot about it too.
They probably did. I mean, I've forgotten about it. It's just like, okay, this exists, we're never going to touch on it again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She
me
just
too.
got
I
really
had
lucky,
forgotten
I
about
guess.
it. I used to assume they didn't get infected because, like, yeah, they got lucky or something.
Yeah, Stop 2 and Row never had no gas, but Star, M16, and M4 did.
Yep. Geardan is asking, is Krollik even an actual T doll or is she a C doll?
Who?
Krollik, the bunny.
Do we know?
I don't know enough about her to answer that, but she's very proficient with a sword.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If that's any inclination. I honestly do not know enough.
From my understanding is that any doll can become a T doll as long as you long as you install like a combat core. Like it used to be a fire control core, but like at this point you can imprint a sword too, so
the real theory is Krollik is just Evelyn. They don't want you to know this.
The real conspiracy. Man, what happened to Evelyn to turn out like that?
See this Commander Cat on screen? This is what they're doing to you once you know about that.
No!
Also, I guess on sort of loose tangents that weren't necessarily tied up and or forgotten purposefully, maybe. In GFL 1, right before everyone is sucked into the starfish, Dandelion tells M4 that they are going to be transported somewhere very far away. They don't know exactly where, but it's somewhere they saw in the Pike Note, because they see a list of coordinates that are probably relic sites.
Yeah.
Right.
M16 appeared right outside the base out in the waters when she was recovered. Eliza seemingly doesn't exist anymore, I don't know. And M4 is weird. Complicated.
Yeah.
Her mind is back, but we don't know what happened to her body.
Yeah, no, exactly. I remember now that you mention it. I remember they mentioned like, oh yeah, like there's a set of coordinates or something, but it doesn't
The
seem
fact
like...
that I think that's probably one of the biggest missed opportunities of like pre-chapter 13, is that what was going on in that vision of a satellite blinking in space that Dandelion saw and said was her path. Like, what's going on there?
Oh, yeah,
and why have we never heard anything about this? My only guess is that it was like the OGAS switchboard for the Soviet Union, because it's built on relic tech.
Okay.
But
Used to be a switchboard.
I don't know. They never touched on it, and I wish that they did.
Now you're scribbling crayons on people's faces.
So true.
Character development.
The one place with no capitalism. Space!
Space!
Real and true.
Alright, so it's been 4 hours, and I believe Kuroko, you have some business soon, don't you?
Not really anymore, but
No, not
like...
anymore?
Yeah, I know, because the thing is that the business I have is that I actually need to drive my sister to work. My sister had her wisdom tooth removed recently, so she got some days off.
Oh, that's fun.
Oh.
Yeah, she had lots of fun.
I had fun with that. It was not really fun.
Yeah, same.
But we have been going for a while, it's true.
Do they put you to sleep over there?
No.
Yeah, not here either.
You just put like some sleeping gel thingy that like freezes your nerves or something, and you don't feel anything.
Yeah.
On half of your mouth.
Yep. No sleeping in Canada. We can't afford it. Alright, well, I guess I would like to wrap things up though, because it's been 4 hours, and...
Yeah, it's been a while.
One last question I want to answer just real quick as we close up here.
Alright.
The Womb Force is not canon. Thank you and good night.
Yeah, thank you. Thank God. Thank God. It's not canon, it's not real. Dolls can't do it, it's highly illegal. Even if it were... Yeah, it's just... No, it's not.
It's frowned upon.
Disgusting.
Remember, most people consider them objects.
Yeah.
The chat just got activated by that.
Ferrari, how dare you?
It can't happen.
The question had to be asked or answered.
All right, the closest you're gonna get to your robot mommy is Angela from PNC. Okay, that she reads stories to your children and tucks them into bed, and that's the most you're gonna get out of it. All right. All right, so before we
Great discussion today.
Before we, I guess, end the discussion, is there any stuff you're working on right now that you want to talk about, Ferrari?
There are. I won't go into too much specifics because I don't want to spoil too much, but there is something for an overview that I've been thinking about for GFL 2, and there could be something in the works, you know, hypothetically, on the full documentation of Strike. Because Strike lore is awesome.
More lore!
I mean, it's great that it's all contained in one, you know, finished.
Yeah, it's in a vacuum. It's in a game. It's in everything's in text. It's in one easy document. It's easy to reference. It's sort of easy to write.
Yeah.
Let's go.
One nice short document that, the short being the questionable word there.
Define short. Short for your Frontline standards.
I mean, the total word count of the, not this, but like the RC glossary is something like a few dozen thousand words. This isn't that long.
Oh, it's not that long.
Yeah, people need to understand. It's like how I was telling people, like, oh yeah, no, my summary thingy that I did is like super short. It's only like 12 pages.
Like, oh, it was
What?
it was an 8-point font, and every line in one point spacing at 12 pages. Oh.
And it's like, you
Thank you
don't
for this
understand,
graphic.
guys. That is actually short. I'm not being radical enough. I love that line.
That was actually my edit. I think that's one of my longest lasting edits I've ever done. It's a very
It's
simple
great.
edit, but I made that image.
Nice.
It's great. It's great.
Yeah, the Strike, how do I put this? The GFL2 document is a bit more pertinent for obvious reasons, but the Strike, I think I just have more interest in because, you know, Strike lore is awesome. There's no other word for it. It's cool.
I mean, it's just something that's so completely different from everything else in Gross Frontline, right?
Oh, for sure. And I mean, I'm sure GFL2 is going to, like, drift further more into direction of, like, what is Strike in its development.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm hoping we see young Mendo, because he should be like 4 years old around the time of GF2.
Yeah, he's 3 or 4 as of 2074. That
A
rhymed.
baby.
Oh yeah, okay. I guess I do want to have one last question about that pertaining to RC, and it's that I guess at this point, you know, the scientists from the Antarctic are already there in the URNC working with William, and they've been there for a while. How much of this is public knowledge?
So, this is a very interesting question that leads into Chapter 5 info that I don't necessarily want to answer. But all I can say is I think because of that, there's two possibilities. Either A, Antarctic already has agents overseas. Could be a possibility. Like, they haven't revealed themselves, but they already have, like, individuals in society. Or B, that did not happen in our world line.
I didn't consider that one.
Yeah, those are the two possibilities. Either the Antarctic already has agents, or B, this did not happen in our world. And, like, how do I put this? The main GFL world.
Mm-hmm.
Also, real quick, if you want to, like, throw everyone's schizo, this probably isn't Mendo and Jafudi, but Yuzhong knew what he was doing by blurring them.
Oh yeah, I saw that graphic. I was like, wait a second.
It's probably not Mendo and Jafudi,
It
but
can't be them, but
There's no
I
way.
will not discount it.
There's no way. No.
It's probably not Mendo and Jafudi from the stream,
Definitely.
But
what should end up being like? What should end up being Vane on the right? Because this is supposedly from Centaur Reese's rewritten events, which is probably what we're going to get after the current GFL2 CN event ends. What should end up being Vane, which is G36's former master, and I don't know, a character with white hair on the left. But it's funnier to imagine that it's Mendo and Jafudi.
yeah, no, they knew what they were doing with this.
Oh, they
silhouettes.
knew what they were
Yeah,
doing.
absolutely. If Mendo's
If it was
a kid,
Mendo and Jafudi, yeah, sorry, go on.
yeah, if Mendo is a kid in GF2, then so is Jeff D, right? Yes.
Jafudi's not even born yet.
No? Oh wait, yeah, no, Mendo is older.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jane Bakery and John Bread.
If Mendo and Jafudi actually appeared in GFL2, I feel like they wouldn't tease it like this. I feel like it'd be one of those things where like mouth drop when they appear.
Mm-hmm.
Like they knew
Mhm.
what they were doing.
Yeah, they're not gonna spoil it this way. You see Jeff D, I see Ryby rolls.
It could. Hey, Ribby. Ribby wouldn't be a bad choice.
Could be, yeah.
Ribby's not a bad choice.
Why is he Mondo in Japanese? Don't worry about it.
The game is written in Chinese, simplified Chinese, and then it's translated to English, and then the voices.
Yeah, I know, I get it. I've been like thinking about the Romanizations for ever since Bakery.
Yeah,
Like
that's
the
that's also
original.
what I tell some people, because I've heard some people being like, oh, like why does the dialogue box in English say this when they don't say that in Japanese? And I need to remind them, like, the game is written in Chinese.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Remember, guys,
Just say it.
Japanese
It's
is not the
voiced
original
in-
language.
it's voiced in Japanese yet written in English.
Yeah.
Well, it's written in simplified Chinese and then
And
translated
also,
to English.
our creators are
Mhm.
very stubborn when they make typos.
Also,
So true.
I used to argue
Honestly-
with people in the English translation for the fan translation for CBG.
Honestly, I like the Ribby theory. I can accept that.
yeah.
Anyways, I asked Ferrari already, so he's got something coming up soon. And Kuruko, do you have any projects? But I feel like yesterday's was already your big thing, right?
Yeah, no, I already exhausted myself. Do not expect anything from me other than playing games
Yes.
for a bit.
Yeah, I mean the last 2 weeks have just been me playing Girls Frontline 2, and I think I'm gonna continue playing Girls Frontline 2 for the next little bit.
Yeah, likewise.
Same.
So yeah, dude, Ferrari, you do not stream to my knowledge, but like me and Kuruko are
I do not.
going to continue doing it.
I do have a channel, but I do not.
Fair. Some things are just you're able to process more of it when you have time alone to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I find it best, and this is kind of insane, when you're reading and also having like a note on the side. Just like
Yeah.
actually like writing notes and then transcribing those, so you're like, I really can process this information.
Mm-hmm.
What's
Alright.
the lore on why I don't stream? Stay tuned for strike documents.
Strike documents. Let's go. Anyways,
He can't stream. He's busy writing.
I want to say thank you to Ferrari for
Thank you for
providing
having me.
so much info. Wow, I did not expect to learn so much. And
And
Kuruko
there's
for-
so much more we could
There's
discuss.
so
There's
much more.
and Kuruko for like being here to guide me with this as well. Because I'm right there with the audience. I have no idea what's going on, and obviously I want to thank everyone for coming here today and asking so many wonderful questions, because I could not have asked them myself.
Imagine having questions.
Anyways,
It was fun. I mean, I would not be opposed to doing this again if we would like deep dive on another subject.
oh for sure, I had a lot of fun. And
Likewise.
we can probably come up with like more specific topics next time.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say it could be done again later down the line as we all
This was
catch up
very
with
much-
our respective games.
Yeah, this was very much like shoot a shotgun at the wall and see what we talk about.
Yeah.
I think we talked about stuff that was like most people like really wanted to know, so it's good. But yeah,
Yeah.
thank
Covered
you
all the
everyone for
subjects.
coming.
Of course.
All right, otsukaresama desu. Otsuhaku. And
Thanks
I
for coming, everyone.
guess I'll see you guys next
Goodbye.
time. Bye bye.
See ya.
See you.
They're lying about the Balin Island incident.
Don't trust them. It was not middle schoolers.
Cyberspace, race war, proxy war, world war, class war, great war, guerrilla war, total war, religious war, cold war, hot war, nuke war, yeah, sure. I wanna die in a war. I wanna die in a war. Just let me die in a war. It kinda sounds like you just wanna die. Yeah, please, I can't do it myself. Guys, only want one thing, and it's disgusting. They wanna die in a war. Die in a war. I wanna die in a war. I wanna die in a war. Just war, sure. I just want war. I'm just war, sure. I just want war. Let me die in war, please. There's a really blatant untapped need for some purpose societally. Release pent-up feelings inside of me. These are men with nothing to do. Why not give them a war to give their lives to? You can start a war with any country. If that won't do, a civil war is plenty. I'm not prepared for martial combat, but maybe in a war a tank will roll me flat. Maybe I could be like Flat Stanley, except like fucking dead. Yeah, don't worry, this is just a joke. Who wants a war? I sure don't. I hate to develop camaraderie with a community that thinks like me, shares my values and morality, tells me who to kill and what it means. Oh shucks, then I'd have to kill and die for a cause that's far, far greater than mine. I'd much rather work my shitty 9 to 5, watch Netflix and play games with my time, get depressed and take it all out of my wife. I'm a real big fan of modern life. Race war, cyberspace, race war, proxy war, world war, class war, great war, guerrilla war, total war, religious war, cold war, hot war, nuke war, yeah sure. I wanna die in a war. I wanna die in a war. Just let me die in a war. It kinda sounds like you just wanna die. Yeah, please, I can't do it myself. Guys, only want one thing, and it's disgusting.